of people's homes. And this is what it looks like here on this busy corner with some businesses across the way and just home after home. And it just keeps going all the way back. There's nothing left here on this at this intersection. This is a big city block right here, and there's just nothing. So it's just absolutely heartbreaking. We're not seeing as many gas lines still on fire, which is good, but because those utility crews, were we able to see one over here? Oh, yep, we got something over here. So we're gonna walk across the street now. You can still see these cars out here. So it's still so desolate here. No one can come back. I heard Rick talking about how you can only get back here if you're credentialed or have official business or if you're a first responder, because it's still so dangerous. All right here. You can see I'm not even quite sure what all of this was. I'm stepping on some glass here. But yeah, we still have some hot spots, and it's just extremely dangerous. And that's why they're not letting anyone back here, because no one really should be getting through here. So no one's even been able to red tag these buildings, see what buildings are still standing, which ones are even safe to access. Once again, you can't even make out what's anything here. And then look at this. You have all these lines and poles all in the way. I'm going to crawl in under here, but you can get an idea of what we're seeing. All right, yeah, there's a hot spot right there. And fire crews are roaming around. I can see one in the back there too, Mike. Yeah, so we're, but yes, utility crews, we've been talking to them this morning. We've been following them around. They're actually having to dig holes to get to these gas lines. I like the way one guy said it. He said, it's just a bunch of spaghetti of metal in the ground that we have to find and turn off each one individually for every single home. So they just finished their shift. They're going to be coming back in about an hour for their next shift. And everyone is working very hard back here to try to get this back to normal. But here in Altadena, it's going to take a very, very, very long time for them to rebuild. I don't even know for sure where you begin, because the amount of destruction here, just giving you an idea, you can barely make out some stuff here. It's just heartbreaking. I'm going to send it back to you guys.
Okay, Amanda, thank you. And as she said, it is block after block of that.
Yeah, it's unreal.
Really devastating. Amanda, thank you. And we have learned that at least 2 of the deaths in the Malibu area from the Palisades fire. Yesterday, investigators from the LA County Medical Examiner's Office discovered human remains at a burnt-out home on PCH where someone was reported missing. LAPD Chief Jim McDonnell also reported 1 death in the Pacific Palisades. More than 5,000 structures have been destroyed by the Palisades fire.
Yeah, it's now burned nearly 20,000 acres with little containment this morning. We're also getting a sense of the scale of destruction. So take a look at this home right here. It's a beautiful home in the Pacific Palisades. Well, this was before the fire started. Let's go to KCON News reporter Luz Delia Caballero. She's live from what's left of the structure after the fire devastated the area. These before and after images, Luz Delia, just so hard to see or even understand.
Yeah, it's so painful to drive up and down these roads and see absolutely nothing. I mean, you can see chimneys up and foundations there, but that home that you just saw, this is all that's left. You see the entryway. So if someone were to come over here and try to find their home, they could probably make it out from this entryway, but everything else is gone. This looks like a gutter here. The metal fencing and the concrete outline is still here, but the home burned to the ground. Across the way, we can see a burned car, and as we move closer, we see more of the same. I mean, this fire, you have to think, it was moving fairly quickly when it broke out Tuesday morning because of those Santa Ana wind spark. Watch your step here. And those embers were flying everywhere. So you have to think, an ember goes to a tree, goes to another structure, to the roof, to a house, and then so on and so forth. And this is the result. So another home across the street on fire, and we're talking about a community. And I say this with the utmost sensitivity. It is wiped out. I mean, this area has suffered and endured so much already in terms of everyone who has been affected. And these images just don't do it justice. It is nighttime right now, and once that sun comes up, we are gonna get a more clear idea of all of the devastation in this area. I mean, you see trees standing, but they too caught fire, and this is it. It's rubble. This doesn't even look like this is where a home existed. It kind of looks like a junkyard that people come and then just leave things here, and that is just so painful to say, and it's a reality that is one for so many people, and they're going to have to process this, and it hurts. It's very painful. I mean, we have seen the fires raging on. You've seen them on your screen from our reporting, and the map really showing a good picture of how far that fire has spread within only a matter of days. Only 6% contained, more than 5,000 structures destroyed here in the Palisades fire. So the firefighting effort continues until obviously they reach a good handle on containment, but still lots to go at only 6% contained. Back to you.
It's hard to find words to describe that devastation,
Yeah.
especially when you see the before and afters. Luz Delia, thank you.
Yeah, still so much work to do. Well, the fight to contain the major brush fires burning in Southern California continues in the air and on the ground. Assembly Manager Mark Liu at the desk with a look at the fight and where it's most intense. Mark, what are we looking at?
Yeah, Chris, so I'll tell you, it seems that CAL FIRE in Sacramento may be updating their numbers for the Palisades fire right now. Their official website keeps floating back and forth between 6 and 8% containment, so we may be hearing some good news from CAL FIRE on this very soon. Now, SkyCal was just overhead of the Palisades fire. They're currently repositioning. This is sort of the dark area. They were looking at the Palisades fire, but I'm going to come to my screen and show you. This is the FIRM's Fire Information for Resource Management System, and what it is it's a collection of data from satellites in orbit that can sense heat, and I'm going to show you the timeline over the last couple of days of how the heat bloom has come up from the Palisades area. This is when the Palisades fire started on the 7th. You can see that large red blotch that appears there. These are all heat blooms coming up from where the fire had started, and then that absolutely awful day on the 8th when the Palisades fire exploded in size and destroyed large portions of Malibu and Pacific Palisades. And then this is from the 9th. You can see that the fire was starting to get a little bit into a couple of flanks north-south there, and then this is today's. The activity of the fire continues on the northern flank, but it is really just 3 sections here, here, and here. The most intense is on the northern flank on this side where water dropping helicopters continue to fight it. Now the same data is over here on the Eaton fire, where I can show you data on that day. On the 8th, you can see how it exploded in size and destroyed huge portions of Altadena that day. And then as the firefight continued, it separated into several flanks. It continued to burn in central Alameda and then burn towards Mount Wilson. And then this is the latest heat signature information from today. There's a small flank on the west, but it continues to burn to the north into the hills. And boy, does it have a lot to burn up there. This is going to be an intense firefight as it can move all the way north through the Angeles National Forest. But there are water dropping helicopters in the area at both fires, and they are doing their work today. You can even see some of the heat data from the Kenneth fire that's over there that just recently had a flare up this morning, but water dropping helicopters from Ventura County Fire are taking care of that. We're going to keep monitoring this. When the sun comes up, we should have a better look with SkyCal at how these fires are doing. I'll see that as soon as we get it. As soon as that happens, I'll show it to you. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you. The time right now, 6:13. Our coverage on the wildfires raging across Southern California continues. Here's a live look from our Mount Wilson camera. Usually we show you a beautiful sunrise there in just a little while when the sun comes up. Right now it is glowing red with flames.
Yeah, the day is a little different right now. But plus, thousands of residents are still without power this morning, and it could take a while before it'll be back. We'll hear from families about what they're left to deal with in the dark.
And here's a live look at the Rose Bowl, where you can see a lot of aid coming in to help people impacted by the fires. We'll have a live report on the relief efforts. That's ahead at 6:30. Power outages remain widespread during these brutal fires and windstorms.
And thousands of LADWP customers still don't know when they'll get the power back. Some families are going to hotels, while some are choosing to stay home and run on small generators. Families have been without power since the winds first picked up. As of last night, at least 87,000 people have had no power. One of the most impacted areas is North Hollywood. Still 10,000 people in the dark there.
We have never had our power out for more than an hour or two at a time. Like, I know a lot of places got their power turned off, and that was places that were closer to the fires. We don't know why our power is out. We haven't been given any explanation.
And the estimated time for restoration is at least another day. While families are frustrated, some say they're keeping things in perspective. They know what they're going through does not compare to people who have lost their homes.
All right, let's get a check on our weather now with Alex. Good morning. And, you know, the winds have really been a cause for concern. People want to know when they're going to let up. Alex.
Absolutely. A lot of people tuning into this forecast this morning, Rudabeh and Chris, and wondering what is going to be happening with the wind, because I know the wind has been kind of the driving factor between all of this extreme fire behavior. And of course, we're going to talk about that. Starting off here, it's dark, but you can see this live look. This is from our Mount Wilson sky camera. You can still see the flames from the Eaton fire burning out there in the distance. So we are, of course, watching all of the fires burning across Southern California. Here's the good news. Winds a little bit blustery this morning, decreasing as we head through about midday into this afternoon. We still have the high wind warning. We still have some wind advisories in effect, but those will expire soon. I have high fire danger in the forecast today. We're staying dry. I mean, relative humidity down into the teens and single digits in many areas. I wish I was talking about rain. I don't have it. In fact, we've got more offshore winds as we head sometimes into this weekend, and some areas as we head into this weekend and into early next week too. Let's go to the Kenneth fire. It is burning near Hidden Hills, Calabasas. Winds gusting this morning to about 25 miles per hour. We are looking at winds closer to the Palisades fire. Light this morning, that is good, but some spots up in the Malibu Hills, we're seeing winds gust about 20 miles per hour. San Gabriel Valley winds are calmer there. So again, that is the good news. We are nowhere near what we saw a few days ago wind-wise. This is the future cast, and as we kind of go through the next few hours, you're going to see those winds continue to light up as we head into about 1:30. Winds about 15 to 20 miles per hour in Santa Clarita, along the LA coastline as we head into early this evening. And then we'll see another burst of wind as we head into Saturday, with the possibility of moderate to stronger Santa Ana winds as we head into the start of next week. Let's just take a breath here and, get past what we are, dealing with this morning and today, which is still elevated fire weather in areas like Santa Clarita, Calabasas, Thousand Oaks, Agora Hills, into some parts of the San Gabriel Valley. Now, the good news is, again, we're out of that critical and extreme threshold, which is what we saw over the last few days. Again, some areas still in that critical threshold, some parts of the Inland Empire, but again, we're not in that extreme category, which we saw earlier in the week. Air quality alert across much of Southern California. If you've taken a step outside the last few days, you've smelled the smoke. Maybe you've seen the smoke. We have that in place until 5 p.m. today. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets extended to another day. So hazy, smoky in some areas today. Temperatures low 70s. We've got 60s headed your way this weekend. That's your next of the forecast. Let's get you outside, talk about traffic this morning. We do have an issue on the 91 freeway, westbound side, a SIG alert because of a brush fire. Westbound 91 to the northbound 5, that transition is blocked. You can see some slowing because of that. There is also a crash here westbound side of the 91 just before Gypsum Canyon. That is on the right shoulder. You can see some slowing and backup because of that crash. Overview of the Inland Empire looking pretty good this morning. We're seeing lots of green across downtown Los Angeles, across, into the valley, and as we head across the 101 freeway too, making your way into areas like Ventura County. Lots of fire closures to tell you about. We'll just tell you about this one. Eaton fire closures, Angeles Crest Highway, Angeles Forest Highway. Lots of streets too. That includes Altadena Drive, Fair Oaks Avenue, Santa Anita Avenue, Lake Avenue, Marengo, and Allen all closed this morning. Back to you.
Okay, Alex, thank you so much. Time right now, 6:21. Water woes in the fire zones, and it's impacting your drinking water as well. Find out why officials want you to hold off on drinking from the tap.
Plus, all the smoke is causing an issue with air quality. We'll explain how you can protect yourself. There are safety concerns about drinking water in areas affected by the fires. Pasadena Water and Power is now calling the tap water in the evacuation zone unsafe.
The pipes melt, they become open sources. Gases from the fire burning can be pulled into the pipes, and those gases contain lots of toxic chemicals of which none of us want to breathe. They can also contaminate the insides of those pipes.
Darren Polhemus with the State Water Board says boiling the water will not get rid of any of the heavy metals in the water, so residents must drink bottled water for now. Pasadena Water and Power will have to flush their systems multiple times, and even after that, it may take days or weeks before the tap water is once again safe for consumption. And the smoke is traveling across Southern California, and air quality is a big concern right now.
Yeah, it's really bad. We also want to let people know to stay indoors if possible. But here's other things you can do to stay safe. Check your air filters. Dirty ones, they make it really, really bad. Also, high efficiency ones, they make things better. And do not burn candles or use incense indoors. You can use a flashlight or headlamp instead. And finally, keep your pets inside because the smoke, it's toxic for them as well.
The NFL has moved Monday night's playoff game between the LA Rams and the Minnesota Vikings to Arizona. Rams season ticket holders will be able to purchase tickets for the relocated game starting at 10 this morning. Tickets for the general public will go on sale at noon. The time right now, 6:25. We are on fire watch.
And I'm Simon Manager Mark Liu here at the desk. There are still more than 150,000 people without power in Southern California. I've been in touch with all the major power companies. I'll have details on when the lights might be coming back on. Coming up.
I'm Barry Pintar at the Rose Bowl at the Emergency Response Center that has a twofold purpose. One, to coordinate all the response for the Eaton fire. The other one, to feed these men and women who have been working relentlessly with hours. And the warning against travel in this area coming up straight ahead.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
Good morning. Today is Friday, January 10th. I'm Chris Holmstrom.
I'm Rudabe Shabazzi. We are continuing to monitor California's raging wildfires. We are entering now day 4 of the destruction, and the death toll has climbed to 10. Here is a broad look at the areas burning across Southern California right now. The most severe ones continue to be the Palisades and the Eaton fires, and the newest one, the Kenneth fire, which was sparked yesterday afternoon.
The Palisades fire is still the largest at more than 20,000 acres. But this morning, firefighters, they're making progress with the fire now 6% contained, more than 5,000 homes and businesses destroyed, and officials say that number will likely go up.
Another 5,000 buildings were torched in the Eaton fire in Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre. More than 13,000 acres burned, and so far there is no containment on this one. And making matters worse, looters are becoming such a big issue in the area that the National Guard is being called in.
And again, another fire ignited yesterday. It's called the Kenneth Fire. It burned close to homes in West Hills near Calabasas. And the scale of the damage left behind by the Palisades fire is stunning to see, and the area remains dangerous.
KCAL News reporter Kevin Coe has a look at why people still aren't being allowed back to their neighborhoods.
Good morning. I'm coming to you now on the corner of Albright Street and Chautauqua. We are here in the Huntington Palisades neighborhood. And the reason we wanted to show you this specific street and this specific corner is it really highlights the reasons why this area is still closed off to the public, including residents. Take a look. This is just one of several places where we have seen things like this. A power pole on top of a car. Obviously, this is going to take a lot of work, some heavy machinery to actually clear this and move this out. But it's not just one power pole on one car we're talking about here when we talk about the recovery efforts. You keep on moving. I'm not sure if you hear that. Just take a listen real quick. Might be hard to hear, but that is flowing water. That is because we have noticed in this home, once again, if you just want to be careful, because Brian, be careful. There we go. I say that because there are power lines all on the ground. You have to be very careful walking around these things. Another reason why you just can't open this up right now. The recovery efforts are going to be massive. You see this water that is flooding out. It appears to be coming out of a pipe here in this home, but it is flooding this home as we speak, a home that is already burnt down and destroyed. One more thing I want to show you. Come over with me this way. We have to be very careful when you drive around this area. It's dark, right? It's very hard to see. Even when we're driving around, we got lights. We even shine lights outside of the car because you don't know what you're going to run into when you turn a corner. Power line hanging across low, followed by a fallen tree, and then you look ahead, you have 1, 2, 3, 4 power lines just right in front of you hanging. And Brian, if we could just show, pan over there, another destroyed home. If you had just a few of these instances, that still would take a major effort to get this all cleaned up. But this is extremely common in neighborhood after neighborhood after neighborhood all across the Palisades. So we're going to keep heading down, obviously trying to find a safer route. But for now, reporting from Pacific Palisades, Kevin Coe, KCAL News.
Kevin, thank you. The iconic Rose Bowl has been turned into a makeshift home for people evacuated by the fires.
Yeah, the stadium is also being used as a command center for the emergency response effort. Let's go to reporter Barry Pintar. He's there live with what we're seeing. And Barry, this is a pretty massive volunteer effort. What can you tell us?
Yeah, so we often use terms in this business like active situation under a negative umbrella type of connotation. There's actually a lot of positive to tell you about. As you mentioned, I'm here at the Rose Bowl in Pasadena. You can see over here the sun is just beginning to come up. But first responders obviously have been busy with this Eaton fire. What you're seeing behind me here are lines, hundreds of first responders walking up into this area to grab something to eat, to sit down and relax after relentlessly fighting this fire. Over here they can get a banana and a yogurt. You can see a Cal Fire mobile kitchen. Here they can get some scrambled eggs, something to eat there, but here you see them all lined up. So why is this so important to these guys, men and women in this effort? Well, there are really two reasons. Over by the Rose Bowl itself is the command center where they can group to get together and talk about the efforts that they are using to fight this fire. As you probably have been reporting, yesterday morning we had 11,000 acres burned. They thought there was a slowing going on. Even though 0% contained, unfortunately, overnight, winds picked up. All of a sudden, from Thursday morning to Thursday afternoon, we're at 14,000 acres. So what that means is these men and women who perhaps may have had a break, both in coordinating their efforts and stopping somewhere to get something to eat, have that no more. So they can come to the Rose Bowl, coordinate those efforts, grab a bite to eat, relax a little bit, and unfortunately, head right back out to this fire that, of course, is very active, with evacuation still in place and all that goes with trying to make these people safe. So for right now, relaxation, eating, over to the command center to group together, to coordinate efforts, and then back out into the field. We will be here live all morning as they continue on these efforts to get a hold of this Eaton fire. Reporting in Pasadena, Barry Pinchar, KCAL News. Back to you guys.
Barry, thank you, and we appreciate you traveling all the way from Pittsburgh to help us cover this fire, as we need all resources we can get from CBS. Thank you.
Our pleasure.
And KCAL Cares, we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need. If you're able to help, please just go to redcross.org/KCAL.
And for more information on how to donate, to volunteer, or if you need to find a shelter for yourself or for a loved one, you can just call 1-800-RED CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999. Well, local officials, they're facing some tough questions about the response to the various fires and whether there was enough resources to handle it. Take a look.
The firefighters are telling me that that was not staffed as much as it could have been because of overtime concerns.
Not for this particular fire in regard to, when we need overtime on a disaster like this, that is a zero issue.
LA Mayor Karen Bass dismissed calls for her resignation, saying the first priority is to get the fires out and then to investigate the response. At least 20 people have been arrested for looting at homes and businesses ravaged by the flames.
Yeah, so now officials are looking into implementing a curfew to cut down on these crimes. So that curfew, it would run from 6 p.m. at night to 6 a.m. in the morning. It's in the areas of the Eaton and Palisades fires. Also, it could go into effect as early as tonight. LA County Sheriff Robert Luna says they're also ramping up security in areas that have been evacuated. 400 department personnel have been deployed in the zones, patrolling for looters. They're also sending the National Guard to help crack down on the predatory crimes.
Will help send a stronger message, keep people out of the impacted areas so we don't continuously victimize the people who have already been victimized.
And LA County DA Nathan Hochman also issued a warning saying that looters will, quote, be prosecuted to the full extent of the law.
There are still more than 150,000 customers without power across Southern California. Assignment manager Mark Lewis at the desk with details on when the lights might come back on. Mark.
Well, I'll tell you, if your power is out because it was purposely turned off by Southern California Edison to prevent more wildfires, there is some good news on the horizon as the winds are dying down. But if your power is off because of damaged equipment due to any of these wildfires or the winds, you may still have to wait for quite some time. Now, let me take you out to my screen and show you what LADWP is currently working with. The last update from them was last night. They're dealing with 87,000 people in the city of LA still don't have power, although that has probably dropped since the last update. Looking at the screen here is a lot of data. All of these orange dots are active power outages in the LADWP City of LA's area. The orange ones that are large, that's between 500 and 2,500 customers. This is a little bit better than it was yesterday. A lot of these orange dots have become very small, which means that the power outage now only affects between 1 to 200 customers. The blue ones are dots, power outages that have crews assigned to them. They're on the way. The purple ones are where crews are actively working. LADWP says they have more than 150 crews out in the field, a lot of them in the San Fernando Valley, where most of these power outages are happening. The big ones you can see here are in North Hollywood, which we've been talking about, at 1,500 people. Pacific Palisades, of course, it's understandable that a lot of the equipment there was destroyed, about 2,600 people. Valley Glen, 1,200. But LADWP is not the only power company that's dealing with issues. I want to bring you out here to Glendale. They've been doing some great work. They're down to only about 736 customers that are affected. The big one is basically in La Crescenta, but also down the 2 freeway corridor. Pasadena, of course, dealing with the effects of the fire in their area, the Altadena fire. They've been able to get their power outages down to 803. So they're doing pretty good work as well. But really, the big one, of course, is Southern California Edison. They serve 5 million customers, and As of right now, still 171,000 of them are out due on purpose due to these public safety power shutoffs. These are, of course, these black shaded areas. We've been looking at it over the last 3 days. There are some people that are still without power for now for 3 days, and we just got an alert from them. Some people are getting this text message that says winds have died down. We are starting to inspect our lines for damage. This could typically take up to 8 hours. So coming back out here live to me, you may have be in an area where the winds have died down, which means the power can come back on, but they need crews to check to see if any of those unpowered lines came down. They just can't re-energize them. So they've got to have someone out there visually inspecting those lines, and then they can turn the power back on. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, Mark, thank you so much. Let's go to Alex now with a look at our weather. Alex, the big question, how strong will the winds be today?
Oh, that is, yes, absolutely the big question, Rudabane. Chris, good morning to you at 6:40. And you know what? The winds have picked up overnight. Here's the good news. Winds not as strong as what we saw a few days ago. We still have those offshore gusty Santa Ana winds still impacting some parts of Camarillo up toward Ojai, Simi Valley and Santa Clarita, looking at gusts as strong as about 39 to 40 miles per hour. Chino also picking up those gusts about 25 miles per hour. So the takeaway is today we are still looking at elevated fire weather conditions. We still have that red flag warning in effect, but we are out of that extreme category that we saw a few days ago. So it is still bone dry. And of course, we have some spots of wind too. Your extended forecast coming up in just a few minutes. Let's get you out on the roads this morning. Talk a little bit about traffic and what is impacting you. We do have this we've been watching, a SIG alert. There is a brush fire westbound side of the 91. This is just at the 5, so that transition lane is blocked, and that is causing a little bit of a backup this morning. So you will be pumping the brakes there. Otherwise, across Los Angeles, seeing so much green on this Friday morning. There is a crash southbound side of the 170. This is to the southbound 101, left lane blocked there. Just a little bit of a backup because of that crash. Of course, we have been monitoring all of the closures near the Palisades fire and, of course, the Kenneth fire, all the fires burning across Southern California. So lots of closures there, and we'll continue to keep you updated through the morning. Back to you.
Okay, Alex, thank you so much. Time right now, 6:41. Still to come, did you get a text alert to evacuate even though you're far away from the fires? Well, we did, and you're not alone. A lot of people did. We're going to explain why you received it.
And it was some of the most dramatic video in those initial stages of the wildfires. So what happened to these cars, and what about their owners? Our crew went out and got some answers.
And taking a live look right now as the sun begins to rise and we continue to battle several wildfires here in our region. Welcome everyone to KCAL News Mornings at 6 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. The time right now, 6:45. And looking at this rutabaga, it almost reminds us of what it was like last week when you just enjoyed and appreciated the sunrise.
Yeah, but you see that sea of smoke there.
So bad.
Really bad air quality.
Yeah, something to keep in mind if you go outside. Well, in the midst of the firestorm on Tuesday, we brought you the scene live from the Pacific Palisades. Drivers told police to abandon their cars and also to head for the ocean. Here's what some of those people had to say. Well, we then saw fire crews coming through with a bulldozer, shoving the cars out of the way to create a path for the fire trucks. And yesterday, we went back there and found the cars still sitting on Sunset Boulevard, all pushed to the side of the road. Some intact, some with dents, and some burned and destroyed.
KCAL News tracked down some of those drivers who had to leave their cars to get to safety. Sandy and Elliot Ivanhoe followed orders and left their car and all their belongings they grabbed before leaving home. They thought they had lost everything, but thankfully that wasn't the case.
I get a call from your station, from a reporter who says to me, I have bad news. Your car has been bulldozed. I said, I don't care. Is it on fire? Is the car okay? And he says, oh yeah, the car's okay. I said, I only care about what's in the car.
The couple was able to retrieve all their belongings, and they weren't the only ones. Shelley Wagner also had to ditch her car after rushing to save her 99-year-old mother from the fire zone.
Wow. She
saw her car then on KCAL News and now is back in the driver's seat.
Little angels are around, you know, and in the deepest, darkest tragedy of which there are many to be told in this.
She credits the return of her car to a note she left on her dashboard detailing who to call if it survived the fire. And we've seen that so many times. It's not the car, it's all of the valuable and replaceable things that people have put inside.
And I'm glad to hear that they're also understanding of why this happened and what had to be done.
Exactly.
Yeah, so.
It's just was such chaos.
Yeah.
All right, millions of us across LA County, speaking of chaos, got an emergency evacuation alert sent to our phones, but then it was sent out by mistake.
I got the alert and I kept thinking, not again. I mean, it was frightening. So the director of the Office of Emergency Management explains what happened. Take a listen.
When Unified Command determines a location is going to be issued as an evacuation order or an evacuation warning, the incident commanders designate that. That then gets communicated to the Los Angeles County's Office of Emergency Management and the Emergency Operations Center, who actually do the function of, through a technological system, a software system, issuing that. There was an error within that system that went beyond the zone that was designated. So the correct zone was designated as authorized by the incident commanders on what was supposed to be a zone for the Kenneth fire.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it's I've been hearing from people who got another
emergency
alert this morning. And actually, when I was on my way to work, people were actually evacuating, and it turned out to be a false alarm again. So it causes a lot of panic, and we don't want people to get complacent and not abide by those alerts.
Very
true.
The real thing, and you said yesterday, the one that we got, you kind of freaked out because you had your mom in town, and you're like, you got to figure out what to do. But thankfully, it was only not true. So.
Yeah. All right. Well, we want to go to Alex now for our next weather, and the winds really playing a huge role in all of this, Alex.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you know what? We have been watching the wind here in the next weather department. I'm still watching it this morning. We did forecast that winds would get a little bit stronger in the overnight hours. That is what has happened. So near Calabasas, West Hills, where the Kenneth fire is burning, we have winds coming out of the north about 10 miles per hour, gusting up to about 19. So yes, winds picking up just a bit, but we are nowhere near what we saw a few days ago. Pacific Palisades, we've got smoky sky, temperatures in the low 50s, winds out of the north about 7 miles per hour. So again, winds much calmer. Let's go to Altadena this morning. Just want to get you updated on all of these locations. Winds about 5 miles per hour. So winds significantly calmer. And we are so dry. I wish I was telling you about rain coming our way. We don't have that. We're well below average as far as rainfall is concerned. Downtown Los Angeles, we've only seen just over 1/10 of an an inch of rain. Normally we should be closer to 5 inches of rain. That's average. So we are dry, and we still have that red flag warning with us today. That expires at 6 p.m. So wind-wise, as we head into later this morning and early this afternoon, those winds will continue to diminish and calm. We've got winds still about 15 to 20 miles per hour in areas like Thousand Oaks and Oxnard. Otherwise, by this evening, we are much calmer with some breezes around 15 miles per hour. Now, this weekend, we will see those winds tick up just a bit as we head into Sunday, and then it is possible that we see a moderate to strong wind event as we head into the start of next week. So we're looking possibly Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday. We'll watch that. High wind warning that expires at 2 o'clock this afternoon. This is for the Santa Monica Mountains through the Santa Clarita Valley. Gusts as strong as 60 miles per hour. And we got rid of that high wind warning for the Inland Empire this morning. We also have a lesser wind advisory. That's with us until 2 p.m. across some of our valley locations. So we've got, again, those winds out of the northeast anywhere from about 25 to 35 miles per hour. Air quality. Big story today as we have lots of smoke from these fires that is producing unhealthy to hazardous air quality across some parts of Los Angeles. So stay inside, wear a mask if you have one, or go get one because of the smoke that is filtering through the air. LA Orange County temperatures low 70s today. I've got temperatures in the high 60s, mid to high 60s this weekend. We will have another round of winds develop as we head Monday and into Tuesday. Across the valleys, I've got low 70s today and tomorrow with high 60s as we head into next week. Back to you.
Alex, thank you. The time right now is 6:51. 2 attorneys with a golden heart renting out hotels for fire victims.
I was lucky enough to get picked by them so they can help me and my son out.
Aww.
And now we're hearing from a single mom who became one of their recipients.
Also, communities, they're coming together to help pets in need. We're going to tell you how you can help out too.
Welcome back. You're watching KCAL News. The time right now is 6:54. You can see how terrible the air quality is all around Southern California right now as the smoke from multiple fires makes its way across the Southland. 2 attorneys in Valley Village are renting out hotel rooms to help shelter evacuees.
Friends, we hope everyone's okay. We have reserved a hotel block of rooms here in Sherman Oaks. Please reach out to us.
Okay, this is Gina Zapanta and Mike Alder. They posted this video on their Instagram pages. The response was overwhelming from both people needing help and from others who wanted to help. One single mom says her home was destroyed in Altadena. She's now staying in one of the hotel rooms with her 9-month-old baby boy.
We thought a few people would ask for some help. It went viral, and so we saw that and started just calling around to any local hotels.
I just grabbed whatever I could for myself. Of course, we wish we could take everything, but we can't take everything. He doesn't know nothing. He's just so happy. He doesn't know what's going on.
A happy baby boy just shows how many people actually need help. Well, so far, Zapanta and Alder have been able to help more than 160 people, including children, even pets. They're still raising money to pay for more hotels and putting together care packages for evacuees as well. And that little boy, just 9 months old, I can only imagine that mother, how stressful it was when this all happened. But to see that people care and want to give back and be a part of our community, I think is beautiful.
Absolutely. Sometimes a family is not the traditional family you would normally think of. A family unit, the community steps in to help.
Absolutely.
So
And
really nice to see that.
And great job on those people for getting those hotel rooms. Because
Absolutely.
there's a lot of people who need help. All right, well, speaking of help, many people, they had to drop their pets off at the Pasadena Humane Society as they figure out what to do next.
And hundreds of people came together to make sure those animals have everything they need. As of yesterday, the center had more than 350 displaced animals. Most of them were from families who had to evacuate without their pets because the shelters who took them in don't allow animals. People from all over the community, though, volunteered and donated to help our furry friends in need. They contributed pet food, bedding, blankets, and carriers.
They can't really help themselves, so if I could help, then, you know, it's the least I could do. We've always been animal lovers, and it just breaks my heart that there's so many animals being displaced along with their humans, so being able to help and support in any way we can is just, it's something that was really important to us to do.
Everybody's coming together, putting aside differences, coming together as a community in honor of our four-legged friends, our feathered friends, everybody, everything. We're all just wanting to help.
So nice to see. And Pasadena Humane is also accepting monetary donations to help treat animals with fire-related injuries.
And just like people, our fur babies need help too.
Yes, they are part of the family, and it is so sad to think that, you know, it's one thing to leave behind material things, but to leave behind animals is really stressful.
It really is. Well, thank you for watching KCAL News mornings at 6.
We'll see you over on Channel 9.
Good morning. Today is Friday, January the 10th. I'm Jamie Yukas.
I'm Rudy Shabazi. Thanks for waking up with us here on KCAL News Mornings and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles. Here's a broad look at the areas burning across the county right now. We are keeping a close eye on the destructive and deadly Palisades and Eaton fires, and the newest one, the Kenneth fire, which sparked yesterday afternoon.
We do want to begin with that Eaton fire. Let's go ahead and show this map showing the fire's footprint in Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre. You just see how widespread that is. That's more than 13,000 acres burned. Another 5,000 buildings were torched. And so far, this fire has zero containment. Making matters worse here, looters are becoming an issue in that area, we're told.
Let's go now to KCAL News reporter Rick Montanez, who is live in Altadena, has been reporting there where the National Guard is now keeping people away from homes. And Rick, you just talked to a homeowner who desperately needs his medication but can't get through.
Yeah, he's really trying to get through, but this is a hard closure, so they're not letting anybody go through at this point. So he says he still has to wait, which, you know, we asked him, and you could see those National Guard members, the California National Guard members that are working here in those armored vehicles. And we asked him about, you know, how he feels about this. His name's Christopher Triplett, and he says he appreciates that they're here to protect the homes, but of course he needs his medication. These Guards members have been out here all morning. We've seen them all around this area. They deployed yesterday, arriving here in Southern California. They're working with law enforcement to try and protect these communities. We are at Santa Anita Avenue this morning at Woodbury here in Altadena, and you know, just it's incredible to see why they are here, because there have been 20 arrests so far for people trying to loot in these communities. That's according to Sheriff Robert Luna. So if you look at this new video that we have from overnight, we found several closures where sheriff's deputies, the CHP, they are out on most major roads are being blocked by the Cal Guard service members with armored vehicles. They've been deployed here by the governor. This is at the request of the LA County Sheriff Robert Luna and County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger to help protect the homes that are still standing to keep looters out. And the Sheriff's Department already made those 20 arrests here. The governor says that there are 300 Cal Guard members working with law enforcement. Another 300 are working with firefighters in these areas. And as I mentioned, I talked to one of the homeowners here who he's grateful to see that there is support.
That's okay. That's good. He can stop people from looting at least. But if you got ID, I think you should be at least go home and see and check on your home or retrieve stuff from your house at least, and then come back down if necessary.
You know? Yeah, because they've made 20 arrests for looting, so you know they're trying to help, but you need things from your home.
Yes, sir, I do, sir. I need stuff from my home.
Yeah, so you hear him there talking about it. You know, he's hoping to get into his house. It's even hard for us to get up into these communities right now because of this hard closure. We had to have our credentials and IDs checked several times. And you see just how smoky it is here. So it's not good for people to be out here right now. Of course, there are still plenty of hazards in the area. And these Cal Guard members are going to be here at these traffic checkpoints to, you know, just make sure and watch for making sure that people who need to be here are the ones that are here. People who do not belong do not get in. And there is a lot of law enforcement out here, from the Sheriff's Department to Pasadena Police. We've seen El Segundo Police, lots of agencies working together to try to protect these homes. The Sheriff's Department, by the way, also working on drafting a curfew from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. that may start as early as tonight. We are still waiting to hear more details about that, and we will keep you posted. Reporting live in Altadena this morning, Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
Rick, thank you. I know when I was talking to firefighters yesterday, this was a concern that people would start doing this type of thing. You don't want to think people would be that horrible in this situation when people have lost everything. And I don't know that there's that much to loot, so just stay away.
Just stay away, yeah. And KCAL News reporter Amanda Sorrentino is also in Altadena this morning, taking a look at what used to be a neighborhood full of homes and businesses. And Amanda, what are you seeing there now?
This was a beautiful, thriving community that so many people loved and called home for so long. And now
it's just devastating behind us. We have the sun rising behind us, giving us this beautiful sunrise this morning, but that's really the only beauty we're seeing here, with just the loss of what was these family businesses. Right here we have a State Farm, cleaners. There's also a hardware store that was once in that building, and across the way from me, a whole row of townhomes. Just so many lives changed because of this fire that came through. And you know, we've been showing you all these images of destruction, but there's also, you know, when that fire came through, that was a historic event with those hurricane winds that came through. So my photographer that's been with me for the past couple of days, Mike McGregor, he was out there very early in the morning, Wednesday morning, when we had that huge windstorm, and he was taking some video for us, and he was going through the Altadena golf course and the Altadena Country Club. And you're looking at that video of him driving through right now. And Mike, I want you to chime in, because this is where people have so many memories of birthdays, anniversaries, weddings, just so many big moments there. And this is what you saw of it. So describe to us what you experienced in that morning.
Sure. You know, it was incredible. Driving through there was basically driving through a blowtorch of a windstorm with fire and ember and flames. And I couldn't believe my eyes. I've seen a lot of fires. I've been through a lot of fires before, but this one, you know, probably takes the cake. This is was very devastating to see. You know, this beautiful country club, these people's homes, you know, their cars, family memories, and to be the only one just driving around there during this time. You know, it just, I was speechless just driving through there. I was just like, oh my gosh, this is terrible.
The video you took is quite incredible. And seeing that, you know, you said you were the only one out there, so it seemed like at that point everyone had evacuated from the area.
Yeah, I didn't see anyone. I didn't even see any police officers until I left the area that were kind of staying away from that area. And I know that it's very dangerous to be in there. And no one should ever drive into those type of conditions.
And we do that because we have the right tools to do so.
From my experience being in here, you know when it's not safe, and you get to a point where you know you need to turn around and leave. And it was getting to that point, just driving through there, just seeing everything.
And you said at some points too, the smoke was so heavy you couldn't even really see in front of you.
Oh yeah, there's a couple times where, you know, I had to look down and follow the lines in the road because I couldn't see anything, and my headlights barely saw the center lines, and I kind of had to follow that. And you would come up on a tree, and I'd have to slow down and go around it, and you'd see a power line, and you're just like, geez. And it was pitch black dark. The power was out. Everything was out. It was just homes burning and trees burning, and you know, it was just complete devastation. Like we've been saying, you know, it's like a Hollywood movie. You know, you go watch these movies in the movie theaters, and you see things, but to experience this in real life is absolutely incredible.
Yeah, and seeing this video too, this is just another example of what our firefighters had to go through. And coming back to that, this is now the aftermath of what you just saw there, and you can see just how tremendous those flames were with those wind gusts, the embers just flying everywhere. And you know, now begins the rebuild and the cleanup. And I've been saying this all morning, walking through these communities. I don't even know where you begin. How do you even start? There's so much here. I know Aruda Bay was out here yesterday, and you got to see firsthand of just this loss and tragedy here. And it's so sad. And we haven't even begun the cleanup and rebuild because it hasn't been able to be accessible yet because of safety. So it's going to be a long, long time for Altadena to come back to what it was. Back to you guys.
Absolutely. It has completely changed forever. We will never see the Altadena we knew before.
All that beautiful architecture.
And the fact that people haven't even been able to see their own community for themselves yet is just devastating. Amanda, thank you.
The Palisades fire is still the largest at nearly 20,000 acres, but this morning firefighters are telling us they are making progress. The fire is now between 6 and 8% contained. There's various reports out there right now. More than 5,000 homes and businesses have been destroyed. 5,000. You know, yesterday I was talking to fire officials. They told me that they knew that it would go above 1,000, but they hoped by not much more than that. So to hear 5,000 is quite impactful, and they do think that that number could also still go up.
Absolutely. All these numbers are fluid, unfortunately. KCAL News reporter Kevin Coe is live now in the Pacific Palisades, where the Palisades Recreation Center is burning. Kevin.
Yeah, take a live look right behind me. We were driving on Sunset Boulevard, and then we saw a large plume of smoke. We came here and we saw this. I do want to note something, though, because this speaks to the dangers that are still lying around all of the evacuation zones. As you could see, Brian, I just want you to show kind of the area, because there's a lot of debris. You could tell a lot of stuff, a lot of material has been already burnt up. So when you look up there and you see that large fire, one must question, how exactly did this start? We know that there have been fires here and there sparking up all around this area, but I just want to pan over this way because we are seeing what firefighters suspect. Obviously, all of this still needs to be investigated, but they're worried about those right there. Live look at these hot spots that are on the ground. In fact, we have watched these hot spots go from flaring up with real flames and then going back down. The problem with these is you just need the right elements, essentially: wind, temperature, dryness, the right combination, and that's when problems can start. And then you look even further, you can just see all around us, surrounding the recreation center, just how much has been destroyed already. Firefighters are here on scene. They're doing what they can, but you see that water tank that is pulling back right now? That is one of three. Firefighters, they don't have much water to work with here. They were hosing it down earlier, but they are out. So they're trying to get water back into their tanks. The hose is out, and they're going to try to put this out as soon as they can, but really a clear picture of the different elements and the different issues that firefighters are dealing with as we speak. Guys?
You know, Kevin, I was in that area yesterday, and it's so devastating. It's also, there's so many little reminders of what a community that was. I saw the Ralphs there. It's obviously gutted and destroyed, but outside they still had their specials was intact. And you just think of people waking up, you know, in such a different place now. So thank you for your reporting out there. Appreciate it. The fight to contain the major brush fires burning in Southern California continues in the air and on the ground. Assignment manager Mark Liu is at the desk with a look at where the fight is most intense this morning. Mark?
Well, I'll tell you, Jamie, there was a really short but very intense fight at a fire that firefighters thought they had already taken care of. It's the Kenneth fire. There was a flare-up, and it actually may have damaged a home to the west of Hidden Hills. SkyCal was overhead. This is video from about 5:30. I want to take that to you now, right here. What you're seeing there, that line of fire is from the Kenneth fire, which actually broke out yesterday at about 3:30, and there's a water drop there from a Ventura County Firehawk that was diverted from the Palisades fire back over here to get this one under control for a second time. They had said this one was about 35% containment. That's a really high containment number. The flames would normally not be seen at that high of a containment, but the flare-up happened sometime overnight and actually may have damaged a home on Hamilton Court, which is right nearby. Now, this fire is looking much, much better. I'm not hearing that much fire activity. That Ventura County Firehawk is still on scene, dropping water. So it looks like they are getting this one back under control again, and the threat is starting to pass. Let me take you to some video, though, from SkyCal, live video from the Palisades fire. This is the southern end where it's not burning. Unfortunately, it has already burned through. This is the extraordinary damage that we have seen here now near Sunset and Temescal Canyon. It is really an eerie sight this morning. As you see right there, I think that was possibly the remnants of that community. And then here you see Pacific Coast Highway as SkyCal moves to the west. Now I'm going to give you a tactical view of where the firefight is today and where it's going to continue. This is CAL FIRE's 3D map. Let's start first with the Kenneth fire. That video that you saw where it was burning, they thought they had this thing contained, but just about 5 o'clock this morning, it started burning down this canyon, and there was a home there on Hamilton Court that may have been damaged. Going back to the Palisades fire, we have seen some fire activity all along the northern flanks, here, here, and here. But the most severe is here, which makes sense being that the terrain is very rough, very rugged here, and as I remove the zones, you can see this is what's burning. It's these mountains. It's all green there. It's really not homes, so they're going to have to do frost check and water drops there in order to get that under control. The Eaton fire, the update from overnight, you can see that it has burned even deeper into the Angeles National Forest here. There was a very intense fight yesterday to keep Mount Wilson up and running. They were able to do that. As I zoom in here, you're going to see these white buildings. This is the Mount Wilson Transmission Complex, and over here, this is the Mount Wilson Observatory. You can see the fire was stopped short by hand crews coming all the way from Placer County, California, and also the airdrops from LA County Fire. The fire does continue to burn north here, but it is much smaller flame lengths, and they hope to get some more good phosphocheck drops and water drops there on the fire. We're going to keep monitoring all of this, let you know how it turns out. And now that the sun is up, SkyCal is going to have even better views of these fires. So we'll get some more data. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Okay, thank you, Mark. And we want to check in now with Paul on the next weather forecast. And everyone in LA County, at the very least, impacted by these fires, and the winds are really what we're keeping an eye on.
And the wind is still elevated this morning. I don't think we're going to see a repeat of what we had on Tuesday and Wednesday, because that was a generational event. But we do have some more wind events coming up, one on Sunday, one on Tuesday, where it's going to be breezy to windy once again. It is mainly northwestern LA County, eastern Ventura County, where the winds are the strongest. Inland Empire, your winds died down overnight. Wonderful news for you. They're not that bad around Pasadena and Altadena. They're minimal in Malibu and Pacific Palisades. The windiest conditions, Santa Clarita, south and west through Simi Valley, the Conejo Valley, and out toward Camarillo. Winds are still 30 to 35 miles per hour. Air quality. Terrible yesterday, will be equally as bad today. Any number on the AQI above 150 is unhealthy, the kind of stuff you don't want to be outside in for a long period of time. North Hollywood, you're almost there in the San Fernando Valley. LA's already there, AQI of 153, Downey 170, Santa Monica 178. Pasadena, the AQI is 241. That is borderline hazardous air quality. Minimize your outdoor exposure. You'll breathe it, you'll smell it in about 5 seconds. It's right here in Metro LA County. Not so much Orange County, not so much Inland Empire, not so much Eastern Ventura County. The smoke is billowing from the San Gabriels and being pushed from north to south right over Metro LA County. Let's talk about wind advisories and wind warnings. The wind advisory for valleys north and west of Los Angeles expires at 2 o'clock this afternoon. The winds are still elevated, but the wind watches and warnings will expire at 2 o'clock this afternoon. This is the high wind warning for the mountains north and west of Los Angeles. For the Inland Empire, high wind warning has been canceled. For Orange County, the high wind warning has been canceled. It is mainly the mountain locations and areas north and west of Los Angeles where those warnings roll until 2 o'clock. The red flag warning will likely expire at 6 o'clock. I'm here to let you know, red flag warning or not, fire danger is critical until it rains. There is no rain in the 7-day forecast, so by no means think the fire danger is over. This is a huge problem. It's the driest start to a winter season since 1964. Since the 1st of December, now nearly a month and a half, we've had 2/100ths of an inch of rainfall. This is not fog. This is the smoke viewed from the Mount Wilson Observatory. Frankly, we're happy to still have this camera after flames basically made it to this property. Mark was just talking about that. And this is the view from the Hollywood Hills. Once again, that is not cloud cover. That is smoke. That is the bad air that we are breathing. Pasadena, a lot of cleaning up in the San Gabriel Valley for the next couple days, weeks, months. Weather should be calmer for the next few days, upper 60s, sunshine, minimal winds. Burbank, 49 degrees currently with sunshine. Dew point is 14, so it's still dry outside. Riverside, you're checking in at 57. Simi Valley, 57. Downtown Los Angeles, 46. It is cold in the Antelope Valley. One bit of good news. This storm that was over the Four Corners is leaving. That's why the winds are going to relax this afternoon. But this ridge of high pressure off to our west, it's stuck. It's staying. That means all the storms are still going to get deflected to the north. But that's also half of the puzzle for future wind events. We need this guy to move to kind of turn off the offshore wind machine, because this storm right here in the northwest right now is going to head down to Utah and Arizona. That's why it's going to be windy on Sunday. And there's a storm over my shoulder here that's going to follow the same path and give us another chance of winds coming up on Tuesday. What we need is rainfall. The outlook for the next 6 to 10 days still does not bring that rainfall. As a matter of fact, the ridge will build to the north, making Northern California dry for the first time in a while. So some gusty winds will likely return on Sunday and Tuesday, and rain will continue to be elusive. Here's the next weather extended forecast. Mainly mid to upper 60s for the Inland Empire. We're windy on Sunday and Tuesday. For our valleys, you'll get a break later on today and Saturday. Winds do return Sunday and Tuesday. Not as bad as last week, but still any wind is a problem. And for the metro area, highs will be around 70 today, mid-60s over the weekend. Let's see how the fires are impacting the roads. Here's Alex. Good morning.
Hi, Paul. Good morning to you. Yes, there are lots of impacts. We have lots of closures to tell you about. And generally, you just want to stay out of all these areas because we need the firefighters to get in there and do their work. So Palisades fire closures, there's a list of them. So it's PCH between the 10 and Malibu Canyon. That's closed to Topanga Canyon between PCH and Mulholland. Malibu Canyon between PCH and Piuma Road. Sunset Boulevard from PCH to Rustic Lane. So again, those are all closed. Kenneth Fire closures. We've got Victory Boulevard. This is between Valley Circle and Platte Avenue. And we also have a closure, Las Virgenes, between the 101 and Upper Las Virgenes Canyon. Okay, so let's go to the Eaton Fire closures. We have Angeles Crest Highway, Angeles Forest Highway, and then lots of streets here. We're going to list them out for you. Altadena Drive, Fair Oaks Avenue, Santa Anita Avenue, Lake Avenue, Marengo, and Allen all closed. Also, Lydia Fire closure, Soledad Canyon Road between Agua Dulce and Crown Valley closed this morning. Back to you.
Alex, thank you. The time right now is 7:20. The wild card game against the Rams and the Vikings has been moved away from SoFi. Well, they'll be playing on Monday, and it's not Minnesota.
And Minnesota fans actually kind of happy about it because it's almost going to be a hometown crowd with those snowbirds there. Here's a live look at SkyCal over the Palisades fire this morning. It is so tough to see, just so much devastation. And it's so interesting how the fire moves, isn't it? Where so much is destroyed and there's still homes left standing just right next door. We're going to keep checking in on these pictures and the latest conditions in just a minute.
And the Rose Bowl has turned into a pop-up donation site for the people impacted by the fires. We'll have a live report on the relief efforts there. That's ahead at 7:30. Breaking news in politics. A judge just giving President-elect Donald Trump a sentence of unconditional discharge in his hush money case. That means the judge declined to impose a punishment. It also means he can head back to the White House now without serving jail time or paying a fine.
Yeah, he was convicted, of course, of 34 felonies and a plot to bury an alleged affair with adult star Stormy Daniels. The judge could have sentenced him to up to 4 years in prison, but again is not doing that. The former president appeared virtually for today's sentencing and said the trial and conviction was a very terrible experience. He is now the first person convicted of a felony to then become president. A water-dropping super scooper is out of service after it was hit by a civilian drone. The FAA says it was flying over the Palisades fire when the accident happened last night. It's a federal crime to fly a drone in the middle of firefighting efforts. It can result in 12 months in prison and a $75,000 fine. It's one of those things that, you know, I know people are so in desperate need or want of seeing what the devastation looks like, and I'm sure the drone operator thought, I'm going to go up and get some of those visuals for people.
Or some people want to see their neighborhoods, and they feel like that's the way to do it, but it's not the time.
No, it's not. And especially, you know, yesterday being out at the Palisades fire and just seeing the planes and the helicopters go pick up that water and just how fast everything is moving, it is not the time.
And it's been such a relief to see them up in the air after they were grounded by those winds. So please just let them do their work. Okay, satellite images captured from space yesterday showing the destruction of the Palisades and Eaton fires. And you can take a look at this. It just completely leveled. If you see the before and the after, it's a completely different scene. And of course, all of that smoke that we're breathing in here now in Southern California. And you can see the water there.
You know, it's interesting to see this from above. I live, you know, near the Marina Del Rey area. We were in the marina just picking up some supplies at the grocery store and things like that and looked over. And those huge plumes of smoke are just so ominous looking when you're on the ground. But to see it from the air and just the impact that it's having over so many different parts of Southern California is so devastating.
And also to see the buildings and structures just leveled there. It's kind of reminiscent of Lahaina when the wildfires in Maui, when you can see those before and after pictures of the destruction there.
And I know the concern is, just like the Maui fires that you covered, Rudabeh, in Hawaii, is that you know, we now have 10 people who have perished in these fires that we are aware of. Just like Maui, there is fear that there will be more as we are able to get into some of these areas. Officials are able to get in and see what actually transpired.
Yeah, you see those before and after. It's just unbelievable, so dramatic, and it's just right here in our community.
Well, Altadena residents returning to devastation as well. CBS News correspondent Chris Van Cleve spoke with families who came home to nothing.
All right, also live efforts going on to not only fight the fire in the Pasadena-Altadena effort, but to feed the first responders, including some unusual elements to fighting this fire. That live report coming up.
And we're on Sunset Boulevard near Palisades Drive, where dozens of people days ago were forced to leave their cars as the Palisades fire inched closer to this area. Coming up on KCAL News, we'll show you what's left and how it looks after a bulldozer came to clear the way for engines to go up the hill.
is KCAL News Mornings.
We do want to welcome you back now at 7:30 this morning on this Friday, January 10th. It's hard to keep track of the days these days. It is Friday. I'm Jamie Yukas.
I'm Rudabeh Shabazi. Here is a broad look at the areas burning across the county right now. The most severe ones right now continue to be the Palisades and the Eaton fires, and the newest one, the Kenneth fire that sparked yesterday afternoon.
We want to go out to CBS News correspondent Chris Van Cleve, who's live in Altadena for the Eaton fire. And Chris, you have so many special ties to the Los Angeles area. I know this has to personally be impacting you as you're seeing the devastation. And share with us some of the stories you're hearing this morning.
Yeah, Jamie, somebody asked me, what am I thinking about when I'm driving home? And I said every day that I drive into Pasadena and Altadena, I'm essentially driving home. This is the area I grew up in. Our family house was a few miles that way. I went to high school a few miles that way. My best friend lives 6-8 blocks that way. So it is very personal. And it is, as gut-wrenching for us out here as it is for everyone across Southern California right now. As you look around here, people are going to start coming home now, now that the sun is up and the wind has died down. And this is what so many people in Altadena are going to find, that there's just not that much left of their homes.
Now into its fourth day, the Eaton fire's devastating path leaves behind only scars of what remained before. At least 5 people are dead, including 82-year-old Rodney Nickerson.
He said, Altadena's been through some stuff and I'm going to be all right. We didn't think that it was going to be this bad, so fast and so quick.
I just cry. I just can't believe that it's happened.
66-year-old Victor Shaw also died in the fire. His sister Sherry says he was found with a garden hose still in his hand.
What are you going to miss most about your brother?
Well, he's family. And it's, when you lose family, it's hard. He's been with me my whole life, Big brother's been there from day one. I'll miss his companionship. I'll miss talking to him, joking about traveling with him, and I'll just miss him to death. I just hate that he had to go out like that.
For many, it's a different kind of loss, one that looks like this. The scope of the damage soared Thursday. Officials say between 4,000 and 5,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed, a number that's expected to rise even higher in the coming days.
When you saw this, what went through your mind?
I've lost everything.
Neera Chow returned Thursday to find her home reduced to a pile of smoldering rubble.
I don't even know how we can get in there.
As we helped her sift through the ashes, she made a discovery.
Does that mean something to you?
Oh my goodness, yes, of course.
What does the church mean to you?
The church means community, means God is good and faithful, that he will help us to rebuild.
She said it also made her feel like someone was looking out for her. Her neighbor certainly was. He banged on her door about 7 Tuesday night as that fire was starting to rage and told her she had to evacuate. She had to get out. She was on a Zoom call in the house and didn't see the fire that was coming. So certainly someone was looking out for her. And you look here, one of the things that we noticed as we came in here today is not just the devastation that is playing out here, but also the National Guard are on the streets here now because of these reports of looting. A noticeably stepped up police presence. These homes are gone, but you can see just a few houses down, you have others that were untouched. And we know we've heard reports of people coming back to find their house intact, but that it had been broken into, that their things had been stolen. It's hard to believe that there would be much to salvage here, but you have other homes that are intact. Noticeably stepped up police presence in this area. It is just an infuriating lack of humanity to think about coming into a burn area and burglarizing homes, but it is happening. We know at least 20 arrests. The police are very much looking for it and looking to try to crack down on who can get into these areas.
It's such a cowardly and heartless act when you think about it, especially, people are so grateful that their homes are still standing to then have it broken into. It's such a devastating gut punch to the community. I'm disgusted by it, really, to hear this.
And, it also makes things more dangerous for the next time, because that's one of the factors that people use to avoid evacuating, because they're trying to protect their property. Chris, what have you been hearing from people?
Well, you know, so we heard from one of our producers who was talking to a resident in Altadena who came back, who is now essentially patrolling his block. Not every home on that block burned, so there are homes to protect. He's armed and he's protecting them, he says. That could have a very obvious bad outcome. I was talking to a friend of mine who lives, not even a mile from here. One of his big concerns is, since they're not at the house, what happens on their block? They have friends who are in Altadena who didn't lose their home but had their home broken into. It is definitely something on everybody's mind here, and it is something that the police and the sheriff's department have to get a handle on.
Well, and now the National Guard is out there as well. Chris, thank you for being with us this morning. We appreciate it, and stay safe out there.
And the fight against the Palisades fire enters its 4th day now. We want to get to KCAL News reporter Luzdelia Caballero, where dozens of cars were abandoned as people tried to evacuate. Luzdelia, good morning. What does the scene look like now?
Well, it is extremely heart-wrenching to see all of these cars charred. So imagine as the Palisades fire is inching closer on these hillsides, you have dozens of people who now have to flee and run for their safety, for their lives. They left their cars in the middle of Sunset Boulevard. Cross street would be Palisades Drive. And then a bulldozer had to come in and clear the way for engines. Sparkle Day is showing you these charred cars on the left side here, which is the closest side to the charred hillside, and that's what you're looking at right now. To the right, you're going to see a pile of cars that were packed tightly close together by that bulldozer, again making way for the fire engines to come through, because we need these emergency vehicles to come up and aid in this firefighting effort. We were able to go all the way up, in total counting more than 30 cars. And looking at the windshields, because we felt, obviously with these charred vehicles, you see the shell of the cars, but we wanted to know, hey, did anybody leave a note behind? What can we see? We saw people, these cars, a few of them with pet beds, so they must have taken their pets. And obviously here you can see more significant damage to vehicles as that bulldozer came and moved them. And right there you see a note. So in that note, somebody said my car left their number, but obviously that rogue has significant damage. We went ahead and called that person and let them know that their car is not charred, but obviously has significant damage. We're waiting to hear back from them, but this is just another reality, another perspective of how people have been affected. Some losing their homes, others able to salvage something, others losing their cars or have cars that are significantly damaged because of the Palisades fire. And again, just to put things into perspective, we have a massive fire that erupted Tuesday morning. Days later, only 6% contained, nearly 20,000 acres burned, lives lost, more than 5,000 homes, structures destroyed in this fire alone. This is heartbreaking. This is hard. This is very, very heavy stuff, and the healing will come, but it is going to take not days, not months, but likely years for this area to somewhat feel like home again to so many people. And here on Sunset Boulevard, Sparkle and I, even going up this road, we were just thinking to ourselves, oh my goodness, these people must have been so fearful leaving their vehicles. And look, some of them fearful for their lives, but thankful to be alive, though their cars didn't have the best luck here. And from what we noticed, again, we were by the hillside, or these cars are by the hills that burned, and thankfully that fire didn't jump over, or these cars would be charred as well. But we'll send it back to you as we continue to see more firefighters going up to put out hotspots out in Pacific Palisades.
Yeah, Luzdelia, as you're talking, one of my very close friends, Aaron Sampson, was one of the people in those vehicles, had to get his father-in-law, who has Parkinson's, out. They know that the car is now charred and gone. They're just so thankful. His father-in-law, not very mobile, had to use a walker to get out of there. He's described the scene to me. I've seen video of it. It was absolutely terrifying. So thank you for bringing these images now. And I just think people don't understand the panic that was felt. And I know talking to Aaron, he's still in shock today.
Absolutely, yeah, and especially when you see what could have happened there. Luz Delia, thank you so much. A local homeless shelter had to be evacuated due to the Eaton fire. We're going to talk to them about how the center was able to get hundreds of people to safety.
The winds are dying down right now. That is good news, but it is temporary news. Find out which 2 days of the next 7 will feature the winds ramping back up. And all of the smoke in the atmosphere has led to really bad air quality for many of us. We'll take a look at the latest AQI numbers coming up.
We are getting some new information on the fight to contain the Palisades fire. Assignment Manager Mark Lewis at the desk with details on that. Mark.
Yeah, really good news from CAL FIRE, the state firefighting website. I've actually been watching their webpage where they update information on the Palisades fire, and clearly someone in Sacramento was updating it because I saw numbers change, and it looks like they have finally settled on new containment numbers for the Palisades fire. Come out to my screen. I'm going to show you it's now at 8% containment. That is really good news. That is up from 6% containment. The acreage has grown to about 20,000 acres, more than 20,000 acres. The Palisade fire continues to burn north and northeast of its original ignition point, but the flame lengths are looking a lot smaller. Burn areas are here, here, and here, continuing to burn slowly in this area, but 8% containment is really good. At 10% containment, for most of us, when we see a 10% containment fire, that means that the flame lengths are almost gone. And there's still a lot of work for firefighters to do, but the active flames at 10% containment are usually very, very small. So it looks like firefighters may be starting to get the upper hand here on the Palisades fire as the air attack continues there north of Topanga State Park. And coming back out live here to me, I know that there are definitely LA City Fire AW139 water dropping helicopters working 3-4 at a time on the northern flank of that fire. It looks like they're actually doing some really good work. That is the very latest here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
Mark, that is such a relief to hear. Thank you for that. And now let's get a check of our next weather forecast with meteorologist Paul Diano. I know we are concerned about some winds coming. Won't be as bad as earlier this week, but we still have to be careful.
We're going to take it day by day. And today we're watching the winds ramp down. They may ramp back up on Sunday and Tuesday. But today, two issues. One, the wind that we have outside this morning. And two, the air quality, quite poor, especially in Los Angeles County. LA, 153 is the AQI. Anything 150 or higher is unhealthy. It's 241 in Pasadena, 178 in Santa Monica. The good news is in the Inland Empire, your wind warnings are finished. Your wind is finished. You have no wind gusts right now. The winds are primarily west of the fires that are burning currently. Camarillo, Simi Valley, and Santa Clarita, wind gusts between 30 and 35 miles per hour. From now until 2 o'clock this afternoon, wind advisory continues for our valleys north and west of Los Angeles, including eastern Ventura County. Winds could gust 30 to 40 miles per hour like they are right now. You got to get into the mountains for the high wind warnings to continue, and along the Grapevine. They will also expire at 2 o'clock this afternoon. So don't marry yourself to that time. Just know that by the afternoon, winds are kind of back to normal, but the high wind warnings continue between now and then. The problem that is long term, beyond whether we have wind or not, whether the winds are offshore or not, fire danger will stay extremely high as long as we have no rainfall. Typically by now, we've wet the soils and fire season is over. Not this year, because the rainy season, even though the calendar says mid-January, has not begun. We've had 1/6 of 1 inch of rain since October 1st, and the last time that we had 1/10 of an inch of rain in one rain event was the 5th of May. That's more than 8 months ago. 30-year average from October 1st to today is nearly 5 inches of rain. Last year we had 3.5, 1/6 of 1 inch of rainfall. That's it, 3% of average. This is the view from Blue Ridge Mountain. Amazingly, as we're talking about all of these fires, there's snow on the ground at 6,000 feet because of the surge of wind that came in on Tuesday, gave us some high elevation snow. My focus is what's back here, the really bad air quality. That's not cloud cover, that's smoke. You can also see it in the Hollywood Hills where it's 49 degrees. We have smoky conditions throughout the day today. So what about that next wind event? It'll be nothing like it was earlier this week, but it could be windy again coming up on Sunday in and around Los Angeles. Ontario currently 55 degrees, highs today. Pretty mild, low 70s, Hemet 71, Van Nuys 72, Simi Valley 72 degrees. Our storm is leaving, the storm that's to our east that really fired up the wind, but the other half of the puzzle is this blocking ridge of high pressure off to the west. With it not moving, all it will take for the next wind event is another storm to hop where the last one was. That's Sunday. And then there's another storm way back here out toward the Aleutian Islands of Alaska. That will follow the same path. That will pop into the same spot to kick up the winds again, likely next Tuesday. Once again, I want to reiterate, not the 70, 80, 90 mile per hour winds that we had earlier this week, but it could be 40, 50, or 60 miles per hour, and it may happen 2 more times over the next 7 days. Here's a look at rainfall. Notice through Sunday, nothing here. And as we zoom out, the difference between northern and southern California could not be more stark. We've had 2/100 of an inch of rain since December 1st. The other side of our state has had as much as 2 feet of rain, 23 inches of rain since December 1st. We've had nothing here. For the next 7 days, we will stay dry. There's no rain in sight. Highs for the Inland Empire will be in the 60s. Highs in our valleys will be in the 60s. We will watch those winds possibly kicking up again on Sunday and also Tuesday. Guys, back to you.
Paul, thank you. And it seems no matter where you are in Southern California, you've been affected by the fires in some way, and that includes the Hope Gardens Family Center in Simi Valley. It is one of the few shelters in Southern California that takes in unhoused women and children, and they also house a sizable senior community. It's run by the Union Rescue Mission, and we're joined now live by Richard Baker. He is the president of the Union Rescue Mission. Thanks so much for being with us. I know it's a stressful time.
Thank you, Rude. Yes, it has been a little stressful and sleepless nights, if I may add.
Absolutely, for so many people. I think everyone can relate to that. What did it take to evacuate more than 300 people?
Well, you know, on Tuesday night, we got the warnings that the Lopez Canyon was under threat. And on our beautiful 17-acre Hope Gardens with 330 women and children and retirees, a bunch of us went up there. A few of executives and managers staged ourselves about 3 in the morning and we're ready. We redirected our transportation team early in the morning, and staged about 7 vehicles, buses and vans and such, ready to evacuate when needed. And about midday, we decided it was time to move. We lost electricity. The moms and kids were scared to death, and so we thought it'd be best to move them out. And so, not easy to move 330 people, but over the course of literally 20 to 30 minutes, we had everyone out of the mission and on their way to downtown and Skid Row and our big mission that is able to accommodate.
You know, the psychological impact, especially for kids who have already lost their homes at least once before, and then they find this beautiful place, start to feel at home there. Now they're being moved to Skid Row. Can you talk about the psychological impact it has on the children you house?
Yes, absolutely. So many of us spent time that day with the kiddos talking about the adventure we were about to go on, and promised them that they would enjoy it and they'd have a good time. We have about, sadly, we already have about 300 families in Skid Row. These are those who have lived directly on Skid Row and come into our facility. So we turned it into a big party. We had as you can see from our orientation, we brought them into our chapel and did some songs and created environments that were enjoyable. And then we brought in a bunch of volunteers. Obviously, we had a team on our way down, had to set up 330 beds and sheets and blankets. We had our culinary team having a fun chicken dinner that night with the kiddos. And then all day yesterday, we just created an environment where they could connect and enjoy the time with moms and kids. We had, as you can see, we had kids giving their moms pedicures and just spending time with them and enjoying the effort that it takes to get their mind off of it. So they'll be there for another day or two and then hopefully back again.
Yeah, I mean, that's all you can really do is make the best of it. Thank you so much. And we do want to note before we let you go that you are opening your doors to anyone who needs a place to go right now. So thank you very much.
That's right. And we appreciate any donations that can help us with this big move and all the care that we do every day for over 1,200 guests at Union Rescue Mission.
Thank you so much, Richard. We appreciate you joining us.
Thank you.
Oh, there's just so many organizations, too, that are helping in so many different ways, but wonderful work they're doing there. Time right now, 7:52. The Rose Bowl has turned into a donation center.
KCAL News reporter Barry Pintar is live there right now.
Yeah, we are live at the Rose Bowl that has become an emergency command center to not only coordinate the Eaton fire rescue efforts, but somewhere for first responders to come, to eat, to refresh, even clean up. That live report straight ahead.
We want to get out to our reporter, Barry Pintar. He's joining us live from the Rose Bowl this morning, where first responders are getting ready at the Eaton Fire Command Post. And Barry, I've been watching your reports this morning. Thank you for coming in from Pittsburgh to help us out here at KCAL. But what an effort that is going on there at the Rose Bowl. Take us through what you're seeing happening.
Yeah, it is so incredible. You know, even though I'm in Pittsburgh right now, I spent many, many years here in the Los Angeles area. My kids were born here, right at the Glendale Adventist Hospital, and I spent many, many, many years exercising around the Rose Bowl, as many people do, running and rollerblading. So to see this effort, it's absolutely incredible. Now, we're battling with a little bit of sun here, but they have pretty much taken over the entire Rose Bowl area. Across the way over there are where all the command posts are. This is where first responders are coming together to coordinate their efforts. Interestingly now, on this side, for first responders to refresh, to eat, to relax, because as we know, this fire has been tricky. On Thursday morning, when we were at about 11,000 acres burned, they thought the winds were dying down, that the spread would die. Then overnight, all of a sudden, winds started picking up over the mountains. Now we're at 14,000. So what happens is these men and women first responders are working relentlessly to fight this fire. They are coming here to refresh and to eat. So right there, they can get some cereal, some bananas. Over here, scrambled eggs. On this side, they can come to get something to drink. And then, of course, as we swing around over here, they can sit and eat. One of the interesting things about this entire effort, of course, is how quickly it had to go up, because of course these things aren't planned. And I want to bring in here Jay Lute, who's with Rezik Emergency Services.
Yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, so we were talking earlier, you had to put up this entire command post refreshing area just overnight, basically.
Absolutely. We started about 4 o'clock and got done about 4 o'clock, and then we open up right away for everybody coming on in.
Yeah. So what you have here, in addition to the command centers and trailers over I talked about, I see that there's a refreshing station, an eating station, and all of this. So a massive effort that'll be here for how long?
We really don't know. We just started this one today.
Yeah.
The other ones have been going on for a few weeks. And so here we are. We're command centers. We're office trailers. We're water, power, and light. Generators, and all our men that come here and work real hard.
We appreciate you taking care of the first responders the way you do. Jay, thank you so much. So yeah, a massive effort. The entire Rose Bowl taken over so that they can coordinate the effort to fight and refresh, clean up. Incredible operation going on here. Reporting from Pasadena, Barry Pintar, KCAL News.
That's Barry. I do have a question for you. I have a friend who runs a catering business, wondering if they need more food out there or how they coordinate that type of effort, if they wanted to bring food out to the first responders.
You know, if you'll stick with me, I will find that out and ask in the next and answer that for you in the next half hour. But since you asked, let me tell you something fascinating. You see all these gentlemen in the orange. These are inmates serving the first responders. And every now and again, you'll see an inmate in a red cap. They are actually inmates from the California Department of Corrections on the front lines fighting the fire. So when we say so many people are taking a part in this, we mean so many people from all over the state. But yes, I'll certainly find out if they need feed donations and get back to you in the next half hour.
Yeah, I just know so many people anxious to help, wanting to help. So Barry, thank you for that. Appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Definitely shows the entire community coming together. Barry, thanks.
KCAL News at 8 starts right now.
Southern California on fire. Devastating fires continuing to burn, and the weather is not making things better. Our live team coverage on these historic and deadly fires continues.
It is Friday, January 10th, and thank you for waking up with us here at KCAL News Mornings on what's been a very tough week here in Southern California. I'm Jamie Yukas.
I'm Rudy Shabazi. We do expect an update from officials at any moment, but here's... Okay, we are going to the press conference right now with an update on where things stand. Let's listen in.
Los Angeles County. There is an extreme amount of frustration, anger, fear with regards to the erroneous messages that have been being sent out through the wireless emergency alert system across LA County. I can't express enough how sorry I am for this experience. First of all, I want to clarify, this is not human-driven. There is no one sitting at a desk right now initiating emergency alerts. I want to restate that. Right now, as these alerts are being issued, they are not being activated or initiated by a person. This is my top priority. I am working all hands on deck with the Federal Emergency Management Agency's Integrated Public Alert and Warning Team. We have every technical specialist working to resolve this issue and to find the root cause. I implore everyone to not disable the messages on your phone. This is extremely frustrating, painful, and scary, but these alert tools have saved lives during this emergency. Not receiving an alert can be a consequence of life and death. As we continue to work on the root cause, I ask everyone that gets an alert to verify if they are in an evacuation warning or order to go to alertla.org, lacounty.gov/emergency, or dial 211 for assistance. The mapping is accurate on where evacuation warnings and orders exist. Again, this is my top priority. This is the top priority of my partners at the state and at FEMA with the Public Alert and Warning Tool to resolve this issue as quickly as possible and identify the root cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Kevin. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to make this very short because we've got a full list of people that want to present today. You're going to hear information from our Insurance Commissioner, Ricardo Lara. Thank you for being here, about how residents can get connected to insurance support to recover and rebuild. And I was up in the Altadena area last night, and the common question was, how do I navigate the insurance process, and will I be able to get insured again? And so I felt it was important for us to hear from our Insurance Commissioner, who's been very engaged on this issue. And then I just want to say to everyone, you know, I've been out and I've heard from my residents, and I think we've all had someone impacted by this fire. I keep saying it, you are not alone. I talk to families that have lost everything, and they don't know where to go. And as the supervisor representing that district, but also as a chair, I speak for this board. We are here to support you, and we will be here for the long road to rebuild. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mayor Bass to say a few words.
Thank you, Chair Barger. All of us here are working urgently and around the clock to confront this ongoing firestorm. And when we're on the front lines, when we're in the command posts, when we're in the Emergency Operations Center, we carry with us our friends and neighbors. That is what this fight is all about. It's about those friends, neighbors, and loved ones who have fled their homes, those who have lost their homes, those who have lost their lives. To all Angelenos, we are fighting hard for each of you. So here's our city update responding to this natural disaster. LAFD battled all night on the Palisades fire, the Hearst fire, the Kenneth fire, and airdrop efforts, thank goodness, continue. LAFD also responded to and extinguished fires in Pacoima, Hollywood, Studio City, and more. I do want to let everyone know that Griffith Park, including Runyon Canyon, will be closed through Sunday. Yesterday, President Biden pledged his full support for response efforts, including FEMA reimbursement 100% of our disaster response costs. FEMA also launched resources and support for Angelenos impacted by these fires. Visit disasterassistance.gov to apply. We have worked with the governor and Sheriff Luna to secure the National Guard, which will back up and free up our firefighters and police officers and play a key role in securing our evacuation zones to keep people safe and to protect against anyone thinking of taking advantage of this tragedy. People from across LA, the nation, and the world are asking how to help. Yesterday, I spoke of the California Community Foundation's Wildlife Recovery Fund, and today I'm grateful to share that within 24 hours, they have raised $2.5 million from 4,000 generous donors. Visit calfund.org. I also mentioned that Airbnb has been working through the 211 online portal to provide free temporary housing. Now, the demand has been extremely high, and Airbnb has increased their commitment to providing emergency assistance for now 25,000 evacuees, first responders, and others impacted by the fires. Visit 211la.org to get connected. With so many homes and businesses lost, we are already putting plans in place to make sure that we aggressively rebuild. My office is leading the city effort to clear the way. Red tape, bureaucracy, all of it must go. This will be an enormous undertaking, but we will be ready for it because we will not rely on the old way of doing things. For this recovery, we will have, like we have done in other areas, we shake up the system and move forward with new strategies and policies. I don't believe that there is anything that Angelenos cannot do if we stand together. Thank you. Now I'd like to introduce LA County's 3rd District Supervisor, Lindsay Horvath.
Good morning. I want to first start by thanking our first responders who were focused in the Topanga region yesterday and responded swiftly to the Kenneth fire. Incredible action from firefighters who are giving multiple fires absolutely everything they've got. Initial reports led our department to serious concerns, but we have the absolute best, most experienced teams leading our efforts, and even with the most challenging circumstances and terrain, they have been able to deliver. Next, I want to express my deep frustration with the alert system that is causing confusion and additional panic for our communities at this time of extreme crisis. Whatever the cause, it is unacceptable, and it is being addressed now by the county's Office of Emergency Management, as Director McGowan described. We'll be investigating what happened, how, and why at every level in our exhaustive after-action process to ensure it is corrected. There is a reason why we have redundancies in our communication system. Crises require them. Please sign up for alertla.org, visit emergency.lacounty.gov, and tune into local radio and TV. Our LA media partners have done an incredible job getting the word out, and it's why we hold these press briefings. In terms of overnight updates in the communities I represent, we had a small brush fire of under 5 acres in Pacoima that the fire department knocked out quickly, and we thank them for their bravery and their swift action. The fires continue to have air quality impacts throughout the Los Angeles County region. A smoke advisory has been extended through Friday. To limit exposure, please remain indoors as much as possible, avoid outdoor physical activity, and run your air conditioner or air purifier if you have one. The Department of Public Health's Chief Deputy, Dr. Anish Mahajan, is here and can help answer questions about air quality. The strength and resolve of Los Angeles County residents, as well as our extraordinary first responders from every level of government, as well as our private citizens from across the country and right here in our own county, will be the way we get through this unimaginable tragedy. Thank you. I'd now like to welcome up LA County Fire Chief Anthony Maroney.
Thank you, Supervisor. So good morning. The Eaton Fire, current estimated acreage, 13,956 acres with 3% containment. We still have 4,000 to 5,000 structures that may be damaged or destroyed. Once we do our damage inspection reports, we'll get a more accurate number for you. We currently have 1,527 firefighting personnel remaining assigned to this incident. The LA County Fire Department is in unified command with the U.S. Forest Service, the LA County Sheriffs, along with the Pasadena, Arcadia, Sierra Madre Fire Departments, and the Pasadena Police Department. Yesterday afternoon, the fire in Eaton Canyon did make a push towards historic Mount Wilson. This observatory is okay thanks to the efforts of the firefighters and observatory staff, and no buildings have been destroyed at Mount Wilson. A firefighter did suffer a significant fall injury yesterday at the Eaton fire. He remains hospitalized. He's resting comfortably, and he's in stable condition and expected to make a full recovery. The cause of the fire remains unknown, and we will advise the media once we get the cause determined. We are appreciative to our many mutual aid partners from out of state for providing assistance to Los Angeles County in our time of need. Thanks to the increased number of resources assigned, the region is in a much better posture than we were earlier this week. And I have been advised that mutual aid resources from Canada are arriving now. The National Weather Service predicts that the red flag will continue through Friday, or continue today through 6 p.m. However, our priority is also going to be to prepare for the next red flag event that is predicted to begin on Monday. I would also like to provide a brief update on the Kenneth fire that erupted yesterday near the Victory Trailhead at the border of Ventura and Los Angeles counties. Thanks to the quick action of first responders and aerial assets, the fire has been stopped. It's currently at 1,000 acres. We have 35% containment, and no structures are reported damaged or destroyed. One important topic I want to talk about is that we did have a drone incursion yesterday at the Palisades fire. Unknown exactly what time this small drone hit the wing of our CL-415 Super Scooper aircraft that we currently have on contract from the province of Quebec. The pilots were unaware that they hit the drone. It wasn't until they landed at Van Nuys Airport that the maintenance staff noticed that there was a fist-sized hole in the leading edge of the wing inboard of the landing light. That Super Scooper will be prioritized for repair 24/7. It should be flying Monday. We only have 2 of them. Everyone should know, all of your viewers, flying a drone in the fire traffic area is not only dangerous, but it's illegal. We do have our federal partners behind the scenes are going to be implementing procedures to be able to follow drones in our 2 large fire areas, and they will be able to identify who the operator of that drone is. The most important thing to know is that if you fly a drone at one of these brush fires, all aerial operations will be shut down. And we certainly don't want to have that happen. Before I close, I would like to thank Supervisor Barger and Horvath for their unwavering support and leadership. I would also like to acknowledge the tireless efforts of first responders who continue to place themselves in harm's way to protect our residents and property. Thank you. I would now like to bring up Fire Chief Kristen Crowley of the Los Angeles City Fire Department.
Thank you, Chief Maroney. So I'll just be providing a brief update of the overnight operations of our fires. So Palisades fires. This fire was currently tracked at 20,438 acres with 3,073 personnel assigned. Crews worked very, very hard overnight, strengthening our containment lines and addressing multiple spot fires in and around the Topanga Canyon area. Resources responded to the area included our air assets to aid in the containment efforts. Due to the favorable overnight weather conditions and the diligent, and I'll focus on the diligent work and effort and commitment of our first responders, we can report that the Palisades fire is now 8% contained. Wind gusts are expected to increase in daylight hours that will test our containment lines. Our firefighters will continue to respond to any flare-ups and increase our containment lines. Evacuation orders remain in place. The Hearst fire, due to more accurate mapping and acreage, has been updated to 771 acres with 37% containment. All evacuation orders and warnings have been lifted. The Kenneth Fire. Forward progress has been stopped with 35% containment at 1,000 acres. All evacuation orders and warnings within the Los Angeles city have been lifted. I personally want to make sure that we thank and show our deepest gratitude to all of our Los Angeles city firefighters and all of our partners as we've been battling these fires for now. We're going into day 4. Thank you to LAPD for assisting us in keeping our communities safe. And lastly, thank you to all of the agencies who have come to aid during this time of help, and it absolutely does not go unnoticed. Thank you.
Yeah, now Sheriff Robert Luna. Thank you, Sheriff.
Good morning to everybody. This morning we have well over 500 LA County deputies that are assisting continuous with evacuations, traffic control, security patrols, and other humanitarian efforts. They're out there. I hear people calling me. They see a lot of black and white police cars rolling with lights and siren. They're out there working. That's what they're doing. They've been actively patrolling the evacuated areas and are increasing their presence to deter any burglary or looting activity that may occur. Just to summarize on evacuations for all the fires that we're dealing with, evacuations orders stand at approximately 153,000 residents that are under evacuation orders and approximately 57,830 structures at risk, and then evacuation warnings, approximately 166,800 residents under both warnings, or I'm sorry, those are just specifically for warnings. What I want to go to next, and we started talking about this last night, is a curfew. A curfew order has been established for the Palisades and Eaton fire areas in all mandatory evacuation zones. That will be in effect. It was in effect last night, and it's going to be in effect tonight at 6 p.m. So it ended at 6 a.m. this morning, will take effect again until 6 p.m. I'm emphasizing that to our media partners because part of this is communicating to the public. You cannot be in these affected areas. If you are subject to arrest. That is important. We're not doing this to inconvenience anybody. We're doing it to protect the structures, the houses that people have left because we ordered them to leave, and I want them to feel confident that we are doing everything we can to secure that. This curfew will be strictly enforced and is being taken to enhance public safety, protect property, and prevent any burglaries or looting in the area that the residents have evacuated. The only people that will be allowed in these areas are disaster workers, okay? I just want to make that clear because we have other people trying to get in there. And by the way, media partners who have legitimate media credentials, yes, you may enter those areas unless it's very, very unsafe and somebody tells you not to for that reason. Again, just specifically, anyone found in violation of this curfew will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor offense under LA County Code Section 2.68320, and conviction may result in a fine up to $1,000 or jail time. And I'm telling you right now, I know people talk about no bail, and I've given direction that if somebody's caught doing this, they are not going to get cited and released. They're going to get booked. We are not screwing around with this. We don't want anyone taking advantage of our residents that have already been victimized. The National Guard deployment. As many of you are aware, we asked for the National Guard. I'm very thankful to Governor Newsom and the State Office of Emergency Services that fulfilled that request. As of last night, we've had National Guardsmen assisting us. They arrived last night and deployed to the Eaton fire area, and were assisting with road closures and critical infrastructure protection. As additional Guard personnel arrive, and they will be in the next 12 to 24 hours, the Sheriff's Department will strategically coordinate their deployment with other partners such as the Los Angeles Police Department, Pasadena Police Department, Santa Monica Police Department, Azusa, and Arcadia. Those are the requests we have now. That may grow. We'll adjust as time goes on. I want to make sure that if anybody needs updated information on either evacuation orders or warnings or road closures, they go to lacounty.gov/emergency. And with that, I am going to be introducing Assistant Chief Dominic Choi from the Los Angeles Police Department.
All right. Good morning. On behalf of the Los Angeles Police Department, I just want to extend our deepest sympathies to all those affected by our fires, and that includes many of our own LAPD officers who've lost homes and property in this fire, and they continue to serve these communities, and I appreciate all their work. I have a number of important updates for all of you today, and I'm going to start by an arrest that was made late yesterday afternoon. So yesterday afternoon, the Kenneth Fire started at the border of West Hills in the city of Los Angeles and Ventura County. At 4:32 p.m., we received a 911 call that a suspect was attempting to light a fire in the community of Woodland Hills and was being detained by residents. Officers from LAPD's Topanga area responded and took that suspect into custody. And once we learned that this suspect was a possible arson suspect, our Major Crimes Division responded to Topanga Division along with Ventura County sheriffs, who was the lead in the Kenneth Fire investigation. But they responded, they interviewed this suspect. After the interview and additional investigative steps, looking at some additional evidence that was present, they made the determination that there was not enough probable cause to arrest this person on arson or suspicion of arson, and therefore this person was arrested on a felony probation violation. This investigation is ongoing, however, and I'd like to thank those community members that were involved in this and helping us bring this person to our attention, and so we can have an ongoing investigation. The second point I want to talk about is for any of those people looking for loved ones or missing people related specifically to the Palisades fire. Now, the county is also doing this for the Eaton fire, but for the city of Los Angeles, we've stood up a family assistance center. This center is located at Chevy Hills Recreation Center, and it's at 2551 Motor Avenue. It's going to be open today from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. and tomorrow from 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. We will have 10 officers there ready to receive anyone who needs to report a missing person related to the Palisades fire. We will also have the American Red Cross, the Mayor's Crisis Response Team, the LA County Medical Examiner's Office, and the LA County Department of Mental Health. They will be there to help support, answer questions, and provide information as necessary. Again, I just want to emphasize this is for missing people related to Palisades fire. This is not for any other issues related to the fire. LAPD and our law enforcement partners are actively maintaining law and order in the areas impacted by the fires. We're patrolling these areas to deter criminal activity and to continue to ensure public safety. Today, we're deploying 210 officers in these impacted areas. This deployment includes our partners from LA Port PD and LAWA PD, and I'm thankful for their support. Again, protecting our homes, businesses in evacuated and vulnerable zones are our priority, and we will continue to ensure that no one takes advantage of these situations. You've heard this message before, but I'm going to say it again because it's so important and so critical. Looting has zero tolerance. Looting or exploiting in the disaster areas will not be tolerated. Anybody caught looting or committing crimes in the affected areas will be arrested and prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. We'll remain vigilant and patrol these areas and ensure that we can mitigate any activity like this. And again, if you haven't already done so, you will start seeing in the city of Los Angeles the National Guard being deployed at the Palisades fire. Their role is going to be traffic control, managing roadways to ensure access to affected areas is restricted to authorized personnel only. They're going to be manning critical infrastructure security, as well as doing checkpoints and verifying credentials for those for ingress and egress. And lastly, these measures controlling access, they are necessary. I just want the communities to know they are necessary for public safety and for proper community recovery. They are inconvenience, but it's something that we have to do. Residents are encouraged to call 911 if they see any suspicious activity. Law enforcement, National Guard, and other first responders are here to support this community and ensure their safety in a difficult time. Our commitment remains steadfast to restoring safety and normalcy as quickly as possible. Your cooperation and resilience from the community are greatly appreciated. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to introduce Los Angeles County District Attorney Nathan Hochman.
Thank you and good morning. The District Attorney's Office will be considering up to now 5 different types of cases that will eventually be presented from law enforcement. Let's start with arson. If it is determined that there is a man-made and intentional setting of any of the fires involved in this situation, the people who committed this arson will be arrested, they will be prosecuted, and they will be punished to the full extent of the law. Right now, obviously, law enforcement and the firefighters are focused on containing these properties, saving lives, saving homes. But eventually we will get to the causes of those fires, and in that part the DA's office will be working with law enforcement to go after anyone who is guilty of the crime of arson. Second types of crimes. If people are going to violate this curfew restriction and they get arrested, they will be prosecuted. Let me back up what the sheriff has said. In order to protect the homes of people who've been ordered to leave those homes, the sheriff, the Los Angeles Police Department, and local law enforcement is going to be working overtime to protect your home. In that way, if you violate the curfew, you will be arrested and then you will be prosecuted by the district attorney's office. Third issue, looting. Looting is a despicable crime. For the people who've already been arrested, please know that this is not going to end well. You will be punished to the full extent of the law, and I'm sending this warning message out again. If you want to go ahead and take advantage of people who have tragically suffered enormous losses in this county, the district attorney's office, working with law enforcement, will make sure you are arrested, you are prosecuted, and you are maximally punished. Drones. If you're thinking that it's fun to send a drone up in the area for your own amusement, or you want to get information that nobody else can get, and you do it in one of these areas for which drones are not permitted, I'll repeat one more time. You will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the full extent of the law. And the last type of crime that we'll be looking at are scams, and we're already seeing them. We're seeing people being targeted in GoFundMe scams by people who are trying to entice people to give money to people who have suffered, when the people who are arranging this GoFundMe page are nothing but scammers. You must be aware of who you are being approached by and who you actually can go ahead and give your money to if you want to help them. We're going to see that eventually with insurance scams. We'll see it with government benefit scams. And yes, they are going to target the people who have been tragically affected, and you cannot allow them to do it. I would suggest that if you want internet resources and who to give money to, go to recovery.lacounty.gov. It has a whole list of organizations that you can, if you want to, contribute to, and it does it in both English and Spanish. Also, you can go to the LAFD.gov's website as well. But my message to the public is beware. These scammers look at this as an opportunity. Do not let them take advantage of you. And one more message to the scammers: you will be arrested, you will be prosecuted, and you will be punished to the maximum extent possible. I'd like now to introduce California Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara.
Thank you. Before I begin, I want to publicly thank the insurance commissioners from across the nation and the international insurance supervisors who have offered assistance and support during this difficult time. My heart goes out to my fellow Angelinos and to the firefighters currently battling these blazes. Let me be clear, my top priority is to protect all affected people during this crisis and assist in their insurance recovery. My primary concern at this very moment is to ensure that wildfire survivors receive the insurance benefits to which they are entitled to as soon as possible. I understand that this may be new and the extent of the calamity here in Southern California, and compounded by the insurance and financial stresses that these wildfires have caused. However, at the Department of Insurance, we have been confronting wildfires and other natural disasters throughout our entire state for a very long time, making us, unfortunately, response experts. Now is the time for you to focus on your family and on your health. The last thing you should be worrying about is your insurance. Here's what I've done to protect our wildfire victims to date. I am using my moratorium power to stop all non-renewals and cancellations. Last night, I issued a bulletin to protect homeowners affected by the Palisades and Eaton fires from non-renewals and cancellations by your insurance companies for 1 year, under a moratorium law that I wrote while I was serving in the state Senate. This covers you even if your home wasn't destroyed or damaged in the wildfire. You can visit insurance.ca.gov to look up your zip code if you are near these wildfires and obtain that protection. I'm also calling on insurance companies to suspend any pending non-renewals and cancellations that homeowners received before these fires started. This means that if you've received a non-renewal from your homeowner's insurance between October 9th and January 7th, essentially 90 days, your insurance company should do the right thing and retain you as a valued policyholder. I call upon all property insurance companies to pause these non-renewals and cancellations and provide essential stability for our communities, allowing consumers to focus on what's important at the moment, their safety and recovery. In my notice, I also urged insurers to extend the payment grace period beyond the existing 60 days for policyholders in areas directly affected by the wildfires, enabling Angelenos to pay their home insurance premiums amidst the challenges that they are currently facing. And if your policy was not renewed, or if you don't have coverage, please call us at 1-800-927-4357. We can help you find additional solutions. I have also directed my department's enforcement team to protect Angelenos from fraudsters targeting wildfire survivors and to assist with the ongoing evacuation efforts. My department has moved quickly to host an insurance support workshop on January 18th and 19th at Santa Monica College, followed by another event the following weekend at Pasadena City College. We will have experts from our staff and representatives from insurance companies available so homeowners can obtain answers and take the action they need in one convenient location. Again, call us at 1-800-927-4357 to schedule a one-on-one appointment with our experts. Related to health, I've issued an additional notice to all California health insurers directing them to submit emergency plans to my department. These plans must detail how they're going to ensure that consumers can continue to access essential medical care and obtain their medications in the wake of these disasters. I've been in constant communication with our county leaders, governor, the legislative leaders, and our congressional delegation to identify best ways to expedite our recovery, reduce wildfire risk, and build a more climate resilient state and communities. Making homes and communities safer from wildfires needs to be a top priority for our state. Looking forward, I'm going to ask the governor and the state legislature to support my proposal to provide consumers with home hardening grants. We need to put money in people's hands. This measure is critical to protecting homes and improving long-term resilience against wildfire risk. We are also going to be introducing legislation to include businesses in our moratorium law. Businesses are an important consumer of insurance and the financial backbone of many communities, and they also need this vital protection. Newly enacted insurance reforms are now in effect to make insurance rates more stable and predictable. My sustainable insurance strategy mandates that insurance companies expand and maintain coverage in high wildfire areas if they are going to use forward-looking catastrophic models and incorporate the reinsurance cost in the rate making, which my department just finalized in December. Why is this important for our residents? It ensures that Californians in wildfire-prone areas retain access to insurance and brings competition back into the market and ultimately lowering the cost. Without these measures, insurance companies may continue non-renewals, leaving communities at greater risk of underinsurance and total loss of coverage. Even with these devastating wildfires, I want to be clear, I am confident that these reforms will keep us on track to modernizing our insurance market, encourage insurers to return and expand in California, and protect the solvency of our market. We remain the largest insurance market in the nation, 4th in the world. Our goal is to ensure they remain financially solvent and can honor the claim that will stabilize our insurance market in the long run. Now, let me just quickly address issues surrounding the insurer of last resort, which we call the FAIR Plan. It has become clear that reforms are necessary as the coverage maximums have not changed in 30 years. I recognize that for some Californians, the coverage limits, even the ones that we've already implemented, are still very low. Under my strategy, we have also ensured the creation of a stronger, more sustainable FAIR Plan with the long-term financial strategy to withstand the challenging fires we are experiencing today. Let me be clear, once the fires are brought under control, we will get data directly from the insurance industry and the FAIR Plan about claims filed, as we have on all the other fires that may or may not happen. We are focused on maintaining the FAIR Plan's financial health while getting people back to the regular market where they belong. In closing, our actions are focused on ensuring that the insurance companies meet their commitments to the consumers, that Californians are protected, not just in this crisis, but beyond. We are here to help. Please call us. We speak multiple languages in whatever language you feel comfortable. Insurance can be complicated. We are here to help you decipher your policy and help you understand what your rights are as consumers. Please call us at 1-800-927-4357, or you can use our live chat feature on our website at insurance.ca.gov. Together, we will get through this, I can assure you, and thank you.
LA County Assessor Jeff Prang.
Good morning. Right now, government is very focused on bringing these fires under control, but in the coming days, the focus will return to recovery. Initial reports suggest that 10,000 properties have been damaged or destroyed, with hundreds more likely to be discovered in the coming days. I appreciate that property taxes are not high on the list of things to worry about right now, as so many are focused on housing and safety, but financial issues will soon become a major issue for the victims of the fires. Under California law, if your property, your home or your business has been damaged or destroyed, you may qualify for property tax relief under the Misfortune and Calamity Program. This program allows my office to reduce your assessed value of your property, which is what your taxes are based upon, to reflect the damage. Here are the key details. To qualify, the damage needs to exceed $10,000, and you must file a claim within 12 months. Once filed, we will investigate and verify the claim, determine the cost to cure, and then reduce the assessed value effective the date of the damage occurred. The reduction remains in place until the property is repaired, rebuilt, or undergoes a change in ownership. It does seem clear that we may need legislative help to ensure maximum benefits to victims, and I'm glad some legislators are here today. We look forward to talking to them about making some of those fixes. The filing of this claim also facilitates coordination with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office, allowing taxpayers who pay property taxes directly, that is not through an impound account with their mortgage lender, to defer their current year property taxes without incurring penalties or interest. We are working closely with our county partners to identify impacted properties and will assist homeowners and businesses through every step of this process. For all claims, we aim to do that, process them as quickly as possible. Once the tax roll is updated, the auditor controller will recalculate the taxes. If you're due a refund, it will be issued, or if taxes remain owed, an adjusted bill with new due dates will be sent. My staff, who's here, has handouts with a lot of the information these programs detailed. I did want to also emphasize that you should not pay anybody to access these services. My office provides them all for free, and we can be reached at assessor.lacounty.gov or at 213-974-3211. Thank you.
Thank you. U.S. Fire Administrator Dr. Lori Moore Merrill.
Good morning. Thank you. FEMA and the U.S. Fire Administration remains on the ground to support the response and recovery efforts here for these fires. And I just want to have a reminder, as the mayor said, President Biden, through a major disaster declaration, has committed to cover cost associated with these fires at 100% for 180 days. For those who are affected and individual assistance, you can go to disasterassistance.gov, or if you prefer, to call someone, speak to someone directly. It is 1-800-621-3362. Our hearts remain with those who are affected, and certainly with the firefighters who continue the fight on the front lines. Helen, I'll turn it back to you.
Closing remarks by Chair Barker.
Thank you. In closing, I just have to say that this is called One Voice, and it's One Voice because while it's focused on unincorporated Altadena and I know Palisades and Pasadena, we're working with our state and our federal partners to ensure that we are providing all the resources necessary. So I want to acknowledge people that are here today. Supervisor Holly Mitchell, our colleague who's here to support us. Pasadena Mayor Victor Gordo, Santa Monica Mayor Lana Negrete, Assemblymember Jess Gabriel, and Assemblymember Jessica Caloza, who are here. Did I miss anybody? I think that's... So again, I want to thank you all, and with that, we're going to take maybe one question because I know we've got to run out to Altadena, but go ahead.
Okay, why don't we go? Can we just, Supervisor, I'm so sorry. We'll just get a couple over here. Just 2 or 3. We'll do, by the way, we will do one-on-one interviews afterwards, okay? I will help you get the information you need. Go ahead.
Thank you. My question is for Mayor Bass. Jonathan Migliai with CBS News. Yesterday, you asked for the public's patience as you assess the response. As you well know, then millions of people receive false alarms. It's been acknowledged here in this room that many may now be deactivating their alerts on their phones. I have heard from many people who are ignoring them altogether. We have red flag warnings still in effect. They will resume again next week. There is no rain in the forecast. What are you doing at this point to earn back people's trust and to make sure these mistakes don't happen again?
Well, first of all, I think that was addressed at the beginning of the press conference by Kevin McGowan.
I would like that from you. I don't. You're the top official here.
So let me just be clear. I am going to spend every moment that I can making sure that I am in as many areas as possible, meeting and talking to residents to see what is needed in the recovery. But I also mentioned that we're moving into recovery mode at the same time, meaning that we want to see the city rebuilt. We want to see Los Angeles come together. Let me finish. We want to see Los Angeles come together. I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. I can say on behalf of our first responders from the fire department, the police department, we are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control, and success has been reported. We know that we're going to have a possible increase in the force of the winds at the beginning of next week, and getting Los Angeles prepared, doing everything we can to save lives. That is our #1 job, to protect people's homes, to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united. We're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bass. One over here.
Bob DeCastro from Good Day LA, Fox 11. Just to follow up on that, because even after yesterday that errant message was sent out to Los Angeles County's some 10 million people, overnight, people were still receiving many messages, and we were even fielding calls from our own newsroom from people as far as San Bernardino that were receiving calls. You have no idea why people are getting these alerts and being startled in the middle of the night when they're already on edge in the Inland Empire. Why is that happening? You have no idea. And you also ask that people verify and get onto a website. Not everybody has the ability to jump on a website when they're panicked to try and figure out whether or not this is an actual alert.
Thank you, and I appreciate the thoughts you're sharing and the question. I would take a second to explain how the alert system works. There's an interface, and you activate that interface with what type of an alert you're going to send, an evacuation order, an evacuation warning, and you identify a geographical area. After you initiate that message package is sent into what is the Integrated Public and Alert Warning System aggregator. That then transitions, I'll call it for lack of better terms, into a cloud that connects with all of our cell service providers. The root cause analysis is trying to establish where along that sequence there is an error going on. And in addition to that, it is important to understand that the cellular phone towers have different reach in how they're activating the message to the cell phone. And so it's a common phenomenon that there's a term called bleed over, where a cell phone that may be in a different jurisdiction or a different area is receiving that message from a cellular tower that may be geographically in a different space. So right now, our number one priority is to establish how we can work with in coordination with our federal and state partners, how we can stop the messages that are going out right now that are not being initiated by a human action, to stop that, and then understand how that occurred so that the tool can still be used for what was identified as like a critical fire weather that we're still in experiencing and will continue to experience.
So can I just follow up on that? The bottom line is we are going to drill down, because I too got the alert. I got 2 alerts, and then I got an alert telling me to disregard the alerts. And, you know, as someone who has communities that are on edge, that are lined up, and I'm sure Mayor Gordo has the same situation going on as well, they're on pins and needles thinking that they're next. So we're drilling down right now, and the way it's described to me is there are towers that are now powering up, and it's up in this cloud. It's kind of like when you send an email and it goes into draft, and then once you hit internet, it gets sent. Similar, but my question is, why can't we turn it off? And the answers we're getting are not satisfying. I'm not making any excuses. It's unacceptable, and it is frustrating because we are asking people to trust us, to believe us when we say evacuate. So if we're going to tell them to evacuate, we better make darn sure we're targeting the right people. So don't think we're taking this lightly. I'm not. And I know that my residents aren't. So I hear you loud and clear. The frustration you're hearing from me is based on the frustration I'm hearing as well from my constituents who are asking, when we get it, is it going to be legitimate? Should we listen or should we ignore? Or disable altogether? I think that's absolutely ridiculous, and I told Kevin McGowan that. To tell people to go on a website when they may not have access to an internet is absolutely absurd, and that is, quite frankly, not something that I am recommending. Obviously, for those that want to find out where the evacuation centers are, or the evacuation locations are, they can go on there, and it is an accurate map. But I'm not going to tell people, if you get the alert, go on and check. I think that we need to fix this problem so that, in fact, when an alert goes out, it is a legitimate alert that people can listen to. So I hear you. I hear that criticism. I personally, when I heard it, didn't feel that I was going to tell people, well, if you get it, just go on a website. They can, but that's not going to satisfy the frustration that people have. So I just want to make it clear to you.
Thank you, Chair Barger. We are at time. We're over time. Thank you. We will do one-on-ones. If you need assistance, please come see me or a member of the team. Thank you, speakers, again. Thank you all for attending.
You know, we've been listening to this press conference. I think the ending there is people are really feeling this frustration, this anxiety. I know so many families getting these alerts. The kids get so upset and anxious about what's happening. You and your neighborhood and neighbors have been getting these alerts all morning long.
They actually were getting alerts as this press conference was happening.
That are not true.
That are not true. As I was on my way to work today, like at 3:30 in the morning, neighbors were evacuating because they were getting these alerts. So it has caused a lot of confusion. And the fear, of course, is that people start disregarding them. They turn them off altogether. And then when there's an actual evacuation notice or warning, they don't pay attention to it.
Well, that's, I have a friend living right on the evacuation warning line. She's been sitting, waiting, and she was getting the alerts all night. And then there's mass confusion too. Do I go? Do I stay?
Right.
What am I supposed to do? So you hear they're working on it. I don't fully understand the technological, transmission, but I do get that things go up into a cloud and they've got to figure out why it's misfiring then to everybody's cell phones.
And the bottom line, too, from the emergency management director, he said humans are not doing this. But then the question is, why not? Why aren't humans manning this? So it sounds like there's some sort of glitch in the computer system that's sending out these false alerts. So definitely some questions to get to the bottom of.
That was a big one. Another one I do want to bring up that I think I kept hearing over and over again, and I'm sure you did too, being out in Altadena and being in the Palisades, is people are starting to now recognize that their homes are gone. You had the insurance commissioner up there talking about just what he planned to do. So they are stopping all non-renewals and cancellations by insurance companies for 1 year. There should be coverage even if there's been no damage from the wildfires. He seems to be taking kind of a reactionary approach. People were very concerned yesterday, saying, why wasn't this looked at beforehand? I know even in the Palisades, they were going to have a meeting about some of the insurance and the cancellations that had happened just this coming week. So there are questions about
And maybe
a lot
we should
of
bring in right now Christine Lazar, who has been looking into that on your side. And you have been asking these questions since the fires actually began, because this is going to be a huge focus as the smoke kind of clears.
Yeah, so the first crisis was the fires, right? Now is going to be the fallout, the insurance crisis, not just for those who have lost their homes and live in an immediate area, but those who live in the surrounding areas. So as Jamie mentioned, our insurance commissioner has said that these insurance companies will not be able to cancel or drastically change, so increase how much they have to pay in the surrounding zip codes.
And they're going reactive.
And they're going to go retroactively. So, but that's just an ask, right? They can't require that. So he's saying to the insurance companies, do the right thing. And if you sent out a cancellation notice, or you were asking for a big increase, anyone between October 9th and January 7th, that they should stop that, right?
What have
Again,
we
it's
seen
an
in the
ask.
past? I know. What have we seen in the past when these asks have been made of insurance?
Well, they don't always do it.
Right.
Now, we did ask them to lower our rates during COVID, and that did happen, and we got money back. But then they kind of weaponized that later and said, well, that's why we're raising all of your rates. So there's going to have to be change, right? And there's going to have to be legislation, which he mentioned, doing some legislation to include businesses in this, because a lot of these protections go for homeowners, but not necessarily for businesses. And who owns these businesses? Residents, homeowners, people who live in the area. So I want to bring in now an attorney. His name is Arya Shakabu, and he's from Damage Law. And essentially what you do is help people when they file these property claims get the maximum amount of money from their insurance companies, which is what everybody is worried about right now, that they're not going to get enough money to rebuild. So first off, thank you for joining us. And then also, what steps should those who have lost their homes take when it comes to contacting their insurer and filing a claim?
Of course. So my heart goes out to everyone who's been experiencing these devastating fires. I have family members myself who've lost homes. So I know this is a hard time for LA, but I'm gonna do whatever I can to give you guys guidance on what to do in the situation. So for those of you who've lost your home or had smoke damage or fire damage to your home, the most important thing to do at this time is call your agent, get your policy, find out exactly what coverages that you have, what limits of coverage you have, see if you have any relocation expenses and out-of-pocket expenses that can be covered. And you want to make sure that you're maintaining validity of your claim, of any requirements that you need to abide by so that you don't get canceled.
And go ahead.
It's really important too that if you've lost your home or it's been damaged or smoke damage, that you document everything that you have, A to Z, from the exterior to the interior, all of your contents, all of your kitchen cabinets, so that you can show the current condition. So that way you don't have a hard time during the insurance process.
And one of the things that you and I were talking about is you said that you have to be very careful when you call your insurance company because they will sometimes use your own words against you when it comes to, say, denying a claim or not giving you as much as you're looking for. Talk about that.
Of course. So whenever you give in a call, most of these calls are recorded. So you want to be careful what you say, especially if you haven't reviewed your policy. They're looking for reasons to either deny your claim or to minimize it. So you want to be very careful in what you say because they will use your statement. And if it's inconsistent with what you say later on during the claim process, they will use that against you.
And so just real talk here, because I know this is your business. You know, how likely is it that people are going to learn from their insurers that they're not going to get as much money as they thought? And how hard or easy is it to fight that?
You know, at the end of the day, for those of you who had a total loss, they shouldn't be giving you much pushback because everything is burned to the ground at this point. So they should be giving you your full recovery on your policy. But if you haven't been paying your premiums or if there's some reason for exclusion, like a vacancy clause, they might try to take that into effect to try to deny your claim. So that's important to look out for.
And are you hearing from people who have lost their homes or have damage, and what are they saying?
At this time, everyone, it's hard to say because they don't even have access to their homes. The roads are blocked off, so some people haven't even seen what the condition is at this time. So I think it's best to let the fire department do what they need to do in order to protect everyone. And when they have a safe zone to go back, then to get access to their home and see exactly what's going on.
And last question for you. For those of us who are lucky enough to still have our home standing, for those of us who aren't in these immediate fire areas, but we're looking at the damage thinking, what would we do if it happened to us? What should we be doing to prepare for the worst case scenario should it ever happen to us?
Of course, the first thing is prioritize your safety. Make sure you have an emergency kit ready. You know your evacuation routes. Stay informed with all the weather and fire conditions that are going on around your surrounding area. The biggest thing is, especially if your home hasn't been affected yet, is to document what it looks like right now. Because if it does end up getting damaged, you can show what exactly you had within your home at that time. If you had any expensive items, art, or your kitchen cabinets were a certain quality, or if you had contents within your home. Jewelry is not something that's covered, so that's something I want you guys to be aware of. So make sure that you take that with you if you need to. Take all your valuables, your passports, your birth certificates, any important documents, any family heirlooms or sentimental items are very important to also take into consideration. Have your kids pack up a bag as well. If you have newborns, have formula ready or any essentials for them as well at this time.
All right, thank you so much. And that's really important about the jewelry aspect, because that's not something I would even think about. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
I didn't think about taking pictures of the inside of my home with pieces of art. You know, I've done that in the past in places I've lived in hurricane zones and that kind of thing. I didn't even think about that.
And open the drawers, because you will forget. Open every drawer and take pictures of everything, because once you file those claims, I think it's hard to go back and say, oh, I forgot this, I forgot that.
Right.
And the jewelry, take it with you, because unless you have that, each item, it has its own rider, it will not be covered. Usually we only have like a rider, say for an expensive watch or an engagement ring.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Christine. Really appreciate it. Great information. We do want to get to the 9 o'clock hour at this point in time, so welcome back.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
It is 9 o'clock on this Friday, January 10th right now. I can't believe this week, it's just been heavy. And I talked to so many people yesterday. I said, I don't even know what day it is at this point.
Yeah, I can relate to that.
Yeah.
It's been a very, very long week, but it is Friday, January 10th. Today, you are watching KCAL News Mornings at 9. I'm Rudabeh Shabazi. Thanks for joining us. And we are continuing with our extensive coverage of those raging wildfires. We're entering day 4 now of the destruction, with the death toll now climbing to 10. Here are the locations where all of the wildfires are burning across Southern California. The most severe ones right now continue to be in the Palisades and at the Eaton Fire. And the newest one, the Kenneth Fire, which sparked yesterday afternoon. So let's begin with the Eaton Fire, which is burning in Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre. Nearly 14,000 acres have burned so far. It is now 3% contained. 4,000 to 5,000 structures damaged or destroyed. We're just getting this new information from that press conference we just heard minutes ago. And the cause of this fire remains unknown. Now to the Palisades fire. It is still the largest at more than 20,000 acres burned, destroyed. It is now 8% contained, more than 5,000 homes and businesses destroyed, and officials say that number, of course, will go up. Evacuation orders remain in place there. And for the Kenneth fire in West Hills near Calabasas, that fire actually has been stopped at 1,000 acres. Great news there. It is 35% contained. No structure is reported damaged or destroyed.
And we do have a red flag warning that had been set to expire yesterday. It is extended through today as Santa Ana winds continue to fan those flames. The powerful gusts will likely pick up again, linger through much of the day today. We now want to get to meteorologist Paul Diano to talk a little bit about that, because I know there's also wind conditions coming on Sunday and potentially next week.
Yeah, we're going to tackle today first. We'll go in chronological order because wind will likely return next week. But as of right now, the best news that I can report is that east of Burbank, east of downtown Los Angeles, and east of Malibu, the wind event is, for all intents and purposes, finished. There are no wind gusts anywhere east of the San Fernando Valley. West of there, where we do not have many active fires burning, we do have 33-mile-per-hour wind gusts in Santa Clarita, 34 in Simi Valley, and 26 in Camarillo. The winds continue to relax. Let's look at Pasadena specifically. A break from the wind. This is wonderful news. Over the next 24 hours, there are no wind gusts forecasted above 11 miles per hour, which would just be a regular Friday. So the wind is back to normal. Now, the fires are still burning. The fires are putting out a lot of smoke, and without wind, that smoke is settling to the bottom of the atmosphere. In this specific case, it is the LA Basin, Metro Los Angeles, bad air quality. AQI numbers are a little bit better than yesterday, but still between 100 and 200. Anything above 150 would indicate poor air quality, and we're seeing a number of reports there from the beaches of Los Angeles right over downtown all the way south to Long Beach. So air quality will be an issue once again today. It's a windy morning in eastern Ventura County and western LA County, but it will be a calmer afternoon. The air quality is going to stay bad for a while, and more wind, although not a repeat of Tuesday and Wednesday. That was a generational event with winds up to 100 miles per hour. We will see some winds of maybe 40, 50, or 60 miles per hour returning next week. High temperatures today with smoky sunshine. LA up to 70, our inland valleys 72. Some smoke for the Inland Empire as well, 68 degrees, 69 degrees for our beaches. We'll talk more about what will come next week and if there are any prospects for rain, because that's exactly what we need. We'll talk about that, guys, coming up.
I know. I'm so concerned, though, if we get a big drenching of rain, what could happen in some of these fire areas in terms of mudslides. So it's going to be a delicate balance as we move forward. The Eaton fire spread so quickly in the neighborhoods in Altadena that people had such little time to pack up and evacuate.
We are now getting a look at what was left behind, now just rubble and ashes.
Amanda Starantino is there for us this morning. And Amanda, I know that this has just been so difficult for you to cover since Tuesday. Can you take us through what you're seeing this morning as you wave to firefighters, which I know they appreciate the support.
Yeah, no, there's another one. We definitely appreciate them. We're on the corner of Altadena, Santa Rosa. We're seeing a lot of firefighters around here. I think those guys were from Oakland, is what I saw. A lot of LA County here as well, but fire crews from all over the place. We have a few more coming down to OES, so it's good to see. So the streets, they're busy here with, we have a few more coming behind you. I just want you to be careful. You're seeing fire departments, a lot of law enforcement, a lot of sheriff's presence out here as well, and, Carquinez. And then we're also seeing your utility crews out here. So SoCal Gas, we're seeing Water and Power out here because they're trying to do what they can while everybody's out of here to make sure it's safe for people to come back because they're still seeing down power lines. We're seeing power poles still smoldering this morning. And we still have a few of those hot spots because of those gas lines that are still burning because they have not been turned off yet. But I love this intersection, Jamie Rudaway, because these trees, like this neighborhood must have been so beautiful for people to live in. Yeah. Just look at these trees. And, you know, I realized it was really quiet this morning, but what my photographer, Mike McGregor, and I noticed is the green parrots are coming back. Oh, so they're finally coming back. Now that everything's kind of settled. Yeah, and they're bringing a little bit of life to it. They're probably confused as well as to what is going on, but you know, everything's in pieces here. It's very quiet. People can't be let in. We have National Guard blocking all entrances to here, but we keep saying, you know, the homes, the materials, they can be replaced, but the truth is there are some things that just can't be replaced. My girlfriend lost her blankie. That was her favorite thing and one of a huge memory of hers. And I know we're adults, but something like that, that's so special to you. And for other people, it's their cars. I know I showed you some yesterday, but here's some more. And we have some video too of when our photographer Mike McGregor was driving through everything when it was all on fire here. This is one of those old gangster cars, a 1940s Chevy. It has the spare tire kit, also the 3-spoke wheel. You can't find those anymore. They would do the suicide doors to open it, if you recognize that. So really cool to see. You can't find another thing like this. You have a 1947 coupe here. Wow. And a car that's just completely demolished that someone's going to come back to not see. We can't even figure out what this one is. Wow. The really neat one though, in the back over there, that's a 1960s Lincoln Continental. It's like the car that President JFK rode in. Oh, wow. It's a convertible. And there's another Chevy right next to it. And you have some Oldsmobiles over there, and just custom DeSoto right over there. So those car lovers will fully understand that. But just the pieces of what's left behind for so many people here, as you know, it just waits. It's sitting here and waiting for people to come back and just try to pick up what they can and restart. I don't know how they're going to rebuild from this, but right now still people not able to come back to their neighborhoods here. Very quiet, very somber and heavy morning here in Altadena. Yeah. Back to you guys.
You know, Amanda, I was talking to a friend who's a builder, and I just said, if you had a perfect lot that was just laid out, how long would it take you to rebuild? And he said at least 6 to 8 months. So you think about how long this process is going to be, because, you know, we're still fighting the fire, much less having to remove some of this debris. Yeah. So it is going to be quite a while to live in this devastation. Thank you, Amanda, for your report. Appreciate it. And we do want to check back in with KCAL News reporter Luzdelia Caballero.
She is live outside a home in the Pacific Palisades on Bollinger Drive. So you're looking at a picture of what that house looked like before the Palisades fire. Luzdelia, good morning. And you are here to show us what it looks like now.
Good morning. I mean, just to put things into perspective before showing you what it looks like now, this whole street on the left and the right side, there are no standing structures. The house you just saw, that beautiful home, it's that one right there. You see a charred vehicle right in front. To the right of that vehicle is another car that was completely destroyed in this fire. You see a chimney, some bricks, and that's about it. Maybe an appliance or two. And just to show you, I mean, here's the next property. This house completely gone as well. And as Sparkle Day continues to move forward, you can see, look, this is an entryway. It's a brick entryway. There is nothing left on this property. And if we move more to the left, not only do you see nothing but rubble and ash, but if you look straight forward, we're talking about streets that are parallel. So this whole community is completely burned, wiped out. And when you talk about how long it's going to take to rebuild, I mean, yes, it could be several months, 7, 8, 9 months. And of course, you all made a great point that it's going to take much longer to get trucks in here to clear this out. But when you're talking about block after block, street after street that's just leveled, the devastation is just so big out here. We want to show you what we saw at the bottom of Sunset. So on Tuesday, when that fire was inching closer to certain streets and people were trying to come up or go down, there was chaos that erupted on Sunset Boulevard near Palisades Drive. So people ended up leaving their cars, fleeing the fire. I'm sure they were terrified. A bulldozer actually ended up clearing that road. We went back there today, and what we saw on one side, most of those vehicles were charred. On the other, most of them were actually saved but had somewhat significant damage there. Along with what we saw there, there was one vehicle that had a note that said, that left a number down, and we were able to call that number and get a hold of the owner of that vehicle. We want to show you this video now. And basically what it's showing is a Rogue that is parked on Sunset Boulevard. You'll see it right now, and it has significant damage. So we will talk to her a little later on camera, but what she was saying is, yes, I see my car. We ended up showing her her car, and she said, yes, my car has significant damage, but, you know, it is okay because I understand that my car wasn't charred and I'm just happy to be alive. But, you know, this is more of what we're seeing is just houses reduced to ash and rubble and just another sad start to the morning, guys.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it's going to be many more mornings like this. Luz Delia, thank you.
Want to get to some breaking news right now. An apartment building going up in flames in Venice. Assignment manager Mark Lewis at the desk with the video. And Mark, is this related to any of the brush fires? And are firefighters available?
There were firefighters available. LA City firefighters did rush to this scene, but they encountered some problems without having any water when they got there. And it doesn't appear this was related to the brush fires, but people in Venice must have had their nerves rattled to see smoke right in their neighborhood so close to the Palisades fire. Let me show you some video from SkyCal. SkyCal was actually in the southern part of the Palisades fire area when they turned around and saw this. This is a 3-story apartment building on Indiana Avenue. It's right by Indiana and 5th, and they heard the call out on the LA City fire scanners that there was a second floor apartment here going up in flames and people were trapped. Well, LA City firefighters from Fire Station 63, they rushed here. When they arrived on scene, we heard them on the scanners first report saying they had no water. We're not sure if that meant that there was no water in the fire hydrant or they didn't have any water in their truck or they just didn't have any available, but there certainly was water pressure in the area because you see that man behind the apartment building was doing his own firefighting there, which firefighters never recommend, but he was doing it with a garden hose. Ultimately, firefighters did get water pressure. They were able to get water on this fire and actually get this taken care of. This is actually live video from our crew on the ground. This fire was knocked down in just 23 minutes. They did effect rescues from this building. Firefighters did run in there with their oxygen masks and rescue some people. So far, no reported injuries, but apparently apartment unit 4 absolutely destroyed. You can see it there in the front of the building. So this, again, doesn't appear to be related to any of the brush fires. It is near the Palisades fire to the south, as Venice is to the south of Pacific Palisades, but this looks like this may have just started inside of that apartment. And LA City firefighters, well, they got to cover apartment fires too, in addition to that still burning brush fire in the hills north of the Palisades. That's it here from the desk. Send it back to you.
Yeah, when I talked to city firefighters yesterday, they talked about just how their numbers of calls have gone up year after year, and it's things like this. Mark, thank you. The time right now is 9:12. Still to come as devastating wildfires sweep through LA County. Navigating insurance claims becomes a crucial step. We're going to speak with an expert on what people need to know to secure their financial security.
Well, this fire danger is not going to change, not going to go away until we get some January rainfall. With that not in our extended forecast, the question then turns to when does the wind return, which will bump up the fire danger once again. We'll talk about 2 days that are sticking out with the answer being yes. We'll have that coming up.
All right, taking a live look at Mount Wilson this morning from our camera there, and a fire, as you know, got so close to this area. We were concerned we could lose some of the towers there and those types of things, but firefighters have kept the flames at bay. But you see just that thick smoke. And as Paul's been talking about, air quality is very poor throughout the area. I know for myself, I still have a headache from being out in the smoke yesterday. So if you do have to be out in it, don't be like me. Please wear a mask, cover yourself, and stay healthy out there. It is 9:16 right now. Welcome back to KCAL News Mornings at 9 and streaming on CBS News Los Angeles.
Let's go to Paul Diano now for a look at our next weather, and just looking at those shots from our cameras, Paul. It's just crazy, this whole climate system the smoke has created.
And if you were to think or just listen to our coverage, you would think what, August, September, maybe October? This is the middle of January. This is literally the heart of our rainy season, and we have yet to get one decent rainfall. And we are talking about fires that have been the most destructive in Los Angeles County history after Christmas in early to mid-January. This is a beautiful SkyCal shot from just a few minutes ago. Look how great the atmosphere looks, except for the bottom 2% of it, where fires are burning. That's active smoke. And then there's that layer of smoke and haze that we're breathing and is giving you the headache and limiting your outdoor exposure throughout the day today. Let's hop over to our weather computer now and talk about your next weather headlines. We will get a break from the wind from this afternoon through the day tomorrow. So hopefully a lot of progress will be made on the fires that are burning, because breezy to windy weather, not crazy winds, but strong. Breezy to windy weather is likely to return on Sunday and perhaps again on Tuesday. And whether we have wind or not, we're in a period of time and we're in an environment right now in a weather pattern where the fire danger is going to be really high until it rains, whether we have wind or not. So where is the wind? It's not in LA County. It's not out by Altadena. It's not in the Inland Empire. Your wind, for all intents and purposes, is finished. It is, however, in western LA County, eastern Ventura County, but it's not that bad. We're looking at wind gusts between 26 and 34 miles per hour. Air quality, that is bad. Anything above 150 is considered unhealthy. We are there or higher in Downey, in Malibu, Pacific Palisades, Sierra Madre, Pasadena. Numbers between 159 and 184. It's improving, but still not great in Los Angeles and North Hollywood between 124 and 126. Let's talk about the wind alerts, because they are going to wrap up this afternoon. From now until 2 o'clock this afternoon, wind advisory for our inland valleys north and west of Los Angeles. A high wind warning continues until 2 o'clock for the mountains of Ventura County and LA County. Inland Empire and Orange County, your wind advisories and warnings are finished. The mountains, the San Jacintos between you and Palm Springs, there's still a high wind warning. And the red flag warning expires at 6 o'clock this evening. I don't think we'll have one tomorrow. I do think we'll have one again coming up on Sunday. Just a breeze, just breezy conditions will send us back to critical fire danger because of this. 3% of average rainfall. How wet was it last year? How wet was it the year before that? One of the wettest 2-year periods in Los Angeles history, followed up with virtually zero rainfall and none in the forecast. Here's a look at what we have outside in the Hollywood Hills with that haze over LA County. Here's your forecast for the weekend. I'll wrap up with this, guys. We get a break from the wind tomorrow with a high of 66 in Los Angeles, but breezy to windy conditions are likely to return coming up on Sunday. Guys, back to you.
Well, let's hope firefighters take advantage of tomorrow. Paul, thank you.
Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara is helping to protect Southern California homeowners.
He issued a mandatory 1-year moratorium on insurance companies not being able to cancel or non-renew policies in zip codes affected by the fires.
This means that if you've received a non-renewal from your homeowner's insurance between October 9th and January 7th, essentially 90 days, your insurance company should do the right thing and retain you as a valued policyholder. I call upon all property insurance companies to pause these non-renewals and cancellations and provide essential stability for our communities, allowing consumers to focus on what's important at the moment, their safety and recovery.
Experts say insurance claims from these fires could be in the tens of billions of dollars.
I think it could hit $1 trillion. On your sides, Christine Lazar is here with tips that homeowners need to know. It's astronomical.
Yeah, I mean, look, as I said, you know, you've got the crisis that we're in right now of fighting the fire and having these homes lost, but the fallout to the insurance industry and all the people trying to rebuild is going to impact us for months, years. Decades. And in fact, Paul Diano sent me some figures from the National Weather Service. At this point, they're estimating estimating $135 to $150 billion in losses and the economic impacts. So we are talking about a lot of money. And we want to bring in now insurance expert Carl Sussman. Carl, thank you for joining us this morning. You've been doing this a long time. You're in a family of the insurance industry. In terms of scope, do you anticipate the number of claims filed for these fires will be unprecedented?
There's no question it already is unprecedented, and at this stage we are still having most people not even aware of what the situation is with their home. They're evacuated, they're hoping for the best, but they don't even know for sure. So I think the number of claims that we've seen so far is just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah, how many have you heard from of your clients who have lost their home?
We have over 60 clients currently that have had total losses for their homes, and we're working with them to be sure that their claims get started and the process to get their claims handled is underway.
And to put that in perspective, for other fires, how many would you have?
A bad fire might be, 3, 4, maybe 5.
Wow.
It just depends on where it is. There's been nothing like this, even remotely close, that I've ever experienced in my over 3 decades in doing this.
So what does this mean for our insurance market in terms of cost to insure and our ability to find coverage going forward?
Well, as you just said, Ricardo Lara just went ahead and put a moratorium in place for the industry. So if you're in any of the affected zip codes or the zip codes that directly surround the areas that are impacted by the fires, then you can't be non-renewed. And even if your policy is canceled for, say, non-payment, the industry is supposed to turn around and take a payment from you if you ask and reinstate your policy as it is. As a side, be sure if you need that, reach out to the carrier directly, reach out to your agent or broker, ask for assistance. They're going to do the right thing, but they need to be told to do it. They're not going to automatically just keep policies in force if they've lapsed or if they haven't been paid. You have to ask them to do it.
And we know we've got this sustainable insurance strategy, which the goal of that is to have more insurance coverage for people in these higher risk areas. What about rates, though? Are we going to see higher rates?
I think what's going to happen with the sustainable insurance strategy, and thank goodness it got put into law before this happened, we're going to see sort of a reshuffling in areas that are higher risk for fire. We're going to see premiums reflect that and be higher, and areas that are in lower risk for fire significantly lower than they used to be before, and certainly in comparison to what people are paying in the higher risk areas.
Now, we know State Farm recently canceled over 90,000 policies, a lot of those, a majority of those in the Palisades. So does that mean that we could have some of these homes that have burned down either uninsured or even, let's say they've owned it a long time and they don't have a mortgage, uninsured or underinsured?
It's possible. Actually, the State Farm's non-renewals hit the Palisades very hard. It was the second highest zip code in the state for non-renewals. They non-renewed 1,626 homeowners policies in the Palisades alone. Now, it's possible that some people were not able to obtain other coverage, but the people that have, hopefully, they're going to be with a carrier that has sufficient financial stability to be able to handle those claims. A lot of them are with the California Fair Plan now. And fortunately, the Fair Plan does have resources to be able to handle this type of a claim situation.
Will these homeowners get enough coverage from these insurers to rebuild without considerable out-of-pocket loss?
Well, these policies are designed, if written properly, to rebuild homes. That's the whole point. The only out-of-pocket technically should be the deductible on their policy. So written properly, these policies are designed to rebuild the property.
Okay, now let's talk about the California Fair Plan, because we know there are going to be homes in this area that are on the California Fair Plan. That is what homeowners turn to when they can't find traditional insurance coverage. Can the program afford all of these claims?
Fortunately, the California Fair Plan has access to a lot of money. They don't have a ton in the bank right now. I believe the last figure was about $250 million. They have, at last estimate, a total exposure in the Palisades of about $5 billion. So even if we assume that everything is a total loss in the Palisades, and we can certainly hope that's not the case, they don't have the liquidity today. However, they do have reinsurance that we have to add to that liquidity, and then we have the ability for them to take out bonds if they need it. And as a last resort, they have the ability to go to the independent insurance market and assess every admitted insurance company in the state of California to be able to pick up if they don't have enough cash to pay claims at that point. So I'm comfortable at this stage that the Fair Plan is going to be able to pay these bills when they start coming in.
Yeah, and also we should just mention really quickly that Insurance Commissioner Ricardo Lara mentioned the Fair Plan, saying that the maximum you can get hasn't changed in like 3 decades, and he's working on that too. So some good change may come out of this as well. Carl, thanks so much for being with us.
Thanks, Christine.
Jamie and Rudabeh, back to you.
Thank you.
A lot of hassle ahead when people actually are even able to pick up the pieces again. All right, the time right now, 9:25. Still to come, a renowned chef, Jose Andres, once again at the forefront of disaster relief, bringing his humanitarian spirit to Southern California.
Love him. Plus, the YMCA is stepping up to support the wildfire victims with essential services. We're going to share what the organization is offering.
Despite losing its own Palisades Malibu facility, the YMCA has connected with community partners and leaders to provide essential services for people who need them. It's providing food, clothing, and essential supplies to affected families, first responders, and evacuees. Volunteers are working around the clock to transform its centers into distribution sites and support hubs. The YMCA is also offering free membership and child care services at all of its centers throughout LA.
What a big undertaking.
Yeah, and a big relief for so many families.
Absolutely. Time right now, 9:28. Still to come. We're continuing our extensive coverage on the wildfires raging across LA County. We'll go back out live for the latest information from the fire zones in the Pacific Palisades and Altadena.
And for the first time in history, a president-elect had a sentencing hearing for a criminal conviction. More on this unprecedented moment in U.S. politics.
is KCAL News Mornings.
Welcome back. This is KCAL News Mornings at 9.
And here's what we have happening right now at this hour. We want to begin with an update on the Eaton fire burning in Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre. At a press conference that just happened a short time ago, we learned nearly 14,000 acres have now burned. It is 3% contained. 4,000 to 5,000 structures have been damaged or destroyed. That number has gone up so significantly. It's heartbreaking to hear, and the cause of the fire does remain unknown. The Palisades fire is still the largest of the fires at more than 20,000 acres at this point. It is now 8% contained and more than 5,000 homes and businesses destroyed. Officials say that number will go up, which I was on site yesterday with some fire officials. The number had just been 1,000. They were worried it would go up. They hope by not much more. So 5 times the number of what they originally thought in one day. Evacuation orders do remain in place in the Palisades. The Kenneth fire in West Hills near Calabasas is under control for the most part. It stopped at 1,000 acres and is 35% contained. Luckily here, no structures reported damaged or destroyed, but of course that was the fire that law enforcement at that press conference said was started by an arsonist. And so we have to be concerned in these areas too of just...
Well, they said, yes, they arrested him on other charges because they don't have evidence that he actually started it, but they are investigating that and looking into it.
All right, let's go to meteorologist Paul Diano now for a check of your next weather forecast. Paul?
Hey guys, until it rains, the fire danger is going to be elevated. Normal fire danger would be like this. We're here whether it's windy or not. The wind just takes it to another level, as we saw earlier this week. Thankfully, the wind is calming down, but there are still a few spots for the next 2 or 3 hours that will see wind gusts in excess of 30 miles per hour. Santa Clarita, Simi Valley, 2 of those spots. It's done in the Inland Empire. It's done in our inland valleys, including near the Eaton fire. And also it's done in and around Orange County and Metro Los Angeles County. We are left with a lot of smoke. The smoke has pushed from the San Gabriels all the way out offshore beyond Long Beach, where the air quality is moderate to unhealthy. So a windy morning will yield a calmer afternoon. We get a break today and tomorrow before more wind returns on Sunday and next week. Not a repeat of Tuesday and Wednesday, but windier than normal. And air quality will be an issue for a while. Guys, I'll finish with this. Bad air quality centered right over Metro LA County, but that smoke's going to be with us for a while because the wind will actually push back to onshore, trapping it over the metro area for the next couple days. Guys, back to you.
And I know even if you don't see that thick smoke in front of you,
it's there.
It's there for sure. Paul, thank you. Now that firefighters are making progress, law enforcement is stepping in to protect affected neighborhoods from looters.
Police officers and sheriff's deputies are getting a big assist now from the National Guard. KCAL News reporter Rick Montanez is live in Altadena, where homeowners are just glad to see that added security, Rick, and it's too bad that this is even necessary.
Right, 20 arrests, according to LA County Sheriff Robert Luna, that they've made for looting, which is incredibly disturbing to hear. But, you know, as we see these CalGuard service members and the police officers, sheriff's deputies that are talking with people who are trying to get back to their properties, we also have to remember that these sites are so dangerous still. Some of these properties, we even noticed this morning, had natural gas lines that were still leaking. There's a lot of toxic materials and stuff that people should not necessarily be in just yet. But the CalGuard is here and they are helping law enforcement. This is a hard closure that we are under. And let's show you some video from overnight. We were going around Altadena and we spotted a lot of service members from CalGuard who were here. They're posting up at a lot of the major intersections to do traffic control and make sure that people who do not belong in these neighborhoods are not there. This also helps free up law enforcement to go out on patrol around these neighborhoods. And this all is underway because the LA County Sheriff Robert Luna and County Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger, they requested to have the CalGuard deployed here. The governor, actually, his office says that there are 300 CalGuard members working with law enforcement. Another 300 are here working with firefighters in these vulnerable areas. And we've talked with a lot of people. One woman who is trying to get to her home, she knows her property is gone, but she was trying to get there. They would not let her in, but she says that there's just a lot of emotion to process.
I really appreciate that they're here and keeping the area safe. I haven't been able to go back to the house yet. My husband we drove separate cars to see if we could both go up there, and we're not going to be able to get in today. But I just appreciate they're keeping it safe and keeping people safe, because I think they said there's still embers, and it's not. We have a lot of toxic stuff out here too, so we understand.
I would imagine though there's that desire to try and see what might have been saved.
We got word from our neighbors, and we got a picture of the neighbor's house. We didn't get a picture of ours, but it's gone, so we know that.
So you see people are making their way around here trying to, as she was, see if they could get to their properties. Most people not being allowed in at this point. We talked with another woman who was very frustrated by this. But, these officers and the CalGuard service members that are here are doing what they're instructed, which is a hard closure to keep people out unless they are working. And we're talking about utility workers, law enforcement, reporters and photographers who are out here. We are being allowed through, but they're still checking credentials at every stop that we go to. So they're being very strict about it. The sheriff also talked about potentially enacting a curfew starting at 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. That is still in the works right now. So things are changing. There is a lot happening with the CalGuard that is out here, and we're actually seeing a couple of more of these armored vehicles that are moving our way through here. So, a lot going on, a lot of emotions, and everyone's just hoping to bear with it. Back to you guys.
Yeah, those National Guard troops too also allow the Sheriff's Department and firefighters to move on to other jobs that they need to do. Rick, thank you so much. The destruction in the Pacific Palisades is far from over as fire crews continue to work to contain that fire.
KCAL News reporter Kevin Coe is helping us out here at KCAL. He is live at the Palisades Recreation Center, where we've been seeing a lot more fire activity. Kevin?
Yeah, a little bit of good news and some new developments to share, but first I want to point these out. You see all of this smoke behind me. These are all because of hotspots that are still scattered around this entire area. It may appear that most of what is around has already burned down, but this is really the tricky thing for firefighters, because there are these hotspots in the ground, and as the wind starts to pick up, it can cause some issues. In fact, we saw a small fire start up in each of these smoky spots that you are seeing on your screen right now. The good news is, if we could come over here, there have been firefighters here on standby as well. There is one engine that is currently sitting here waiting on standby, and that may be because also, this is an update we had from you earlier, the Recreation Center, as you mentioned, there was a big fire there. Hotspots were in there as well. There was already a fire there previously, but it sparked up again this morning. And here's a look at it now. Firefighters were able to get water on it, and now the fire is still, it's a little bit in there, but firefighters, again, they are on standby just in case. Something we have noticed, particularly of note, especially after that press conference we just heard, we saw 2 LAPD helicopters just flying around. And at first, we were wondering if they were going somewhere specifically, but then they would just circle around different neighborhoods and go around different areas. And compared to yesterday, I have noticed a lot more law enforcement, a lot of LAPD squad cars just patrolling neighborhoods, looking, we assume, for potential looters or providing security in that way. So this is obviously a developing situation. I could tell you, I was ready to tell you that there was no wind, because for the past couple of hours, I felt nothing. I'm feeling a little something right now. I wouldn't go as far to say it's windy, but this is still a factor here that firefighters are going to be up to facing, not just here, but really where the core of that wildfire is. Guys?
Yeah, it is distressing to see more smoke and more hot spots continuing to flare up. Kevin, thank you so much. About an hour ago, we got an update from fire officials, and CBS News' Jonathan Vigliotti pressed Mayor Karen Bass about the false alarm emergency alerts.
We want to see Los Angeles come together.
You are deflecting from the question. You have millions of people here who get these alerts. They are ignoring them. You still have red flag warnings in effect. There is a real threat here. What is your message to your constituents who are losing faith? You started this entire...
I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day.
Mayor Bass doubled down on saying that she wanted everyone to remain united and that they are doing everything they can to get things under control.
The fight to contain the brush fire burning in Southern California continues in the air and on the ground. Assignment manager Mark Liu at the desk with a look at where the fight is now most intense. Where are they focusing their efforts, Mark?
Well, I'll tell you, it's the northern flanks of both the Palisades and the Eaton fire. And one of the websites that I've been using to keep track of all of this is actually a pretty high-tech website run in part by NASA, where you can see the infrared imaging from satellites in space of these fires as they've been burning over the last 96 hours. Now, if you come out to my screen, I'm going to show you that. What you're looking at here, it's called FIRMS, or Fire Information for Resource Management Systems. And right here, you can see this is the gray area, the footprint of the of the Palisades fire here around Topanga and Tuna Canyon Park. Now, as I advance, what you're going to see here, see these red spots? These are thermal imaging detections by satellites on the very first day of the Palisades fire. You can see how it was generated in the central part of Pacific Palisades. This then is the next day, January 8th, and look at the wild explosion of heat signatures. And even if you look over here, we know this area of Santa Monica didn't burn, but you can see these red squares. These are all heat signatures that have been detected, very likely by the smoke and ember and heat wave that was put out by the high winds, just dragging that heat down towards Santa Monica. And then, of course, if you advance it to the next day, that was yesterday, you can see that the fire lines really started to stabilize here. As you can see, it sort of broke into these three flanks. And then today, if you look, the current status of the flank of the fire, it's really just here, this northern area and then two smaller areas. And actually, I have seen some LA County and fire helicopters move over to this side to do some work here, as they've been doing on the northern flank all morning. I'll keep tracking this using these satellite websites and let you know where the fires are burning and how the firefight in the air is going as well. That's it here from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, thanks for monitoring, Mark. Thank you. The iconic Rose Bowl has been turned into a makeshift home for people affected by the fires.
The stadium is also being used as a command center for emergency response efforts. Our reporter Barry Pintar is joining us live from the Rose Bowl. And Barry, you're talking to first responders out there.
Yeah, I am. And there is actually new information at this very hour on something they very much want us to convey to everyone watching at home. So first of all, yes, live at the Rose Parade, obviously here in Pasadena. You can see the mountains, exactly where the location of the Eaton fire, Pasadena, Altadena area. Right here, though, here's what I want to set up for you. You see all these tents here. They are taking extremely good care of the firefighters here, not only in terms of sleeping. Some of the firefighters bring their own tents. They're feeding them across the way here. They have places for them to shower and clean. But the new information that the PIOs want to give you, this is the PIO truck, or the public information officers, is about the big heart of everyone watching at home that wants to help with donations of either food or clothing. They very much want us to convey to those people that in terms of these places, this emergency response center, this is not the place to bring food, clothing, any sort of donation. They do not have the manpower or the infrastructure to deal with that. Again, one of the reasons that I show you where they're sleeping and where they're eating is so that folks understand these men and women are well taken care of. What they are asking, first of all, they're saying they understand you're watching at home, your hearts are breaking, you have a need to help. This is not the place to bring that help. What they are asking is please contact an agency that is helping the hundreds of thousands of people that are affected by these fires. They need the help. So whether it's through the Red Cross or a local agency that you know is reputable that you use, then please take that heartfelt need to help and go to them with your donations, whether they be financial, food donations, clothing donations. But in terms of bringing them here, they are very much asking you not to do that because they are not set up to handle that. They appreciate the need to give, but please give locally so that it can ultimately end up in the hands and in the homes, perhaps even new homes, of those who are drastically affected by these fires. Reporting in Pasadena, Barry Pintar, KCAL News, back to you.
Thank you so much, Barry. And still to come, it is sentencing day for Donald Trump, the president-elect who was convicted for falsifying business records related to a hush money payment. He's learning his punishment.
And the nation marked the final day of mourning for former President Jimmy Carter. Hear the touching moments as his family and distinguished guests honor his life and legacy.
Plus, a famous actress affected by a massive loss due to the fires is pledging $1 million to help others who have lost their homes. We'll tell you who this generous person is.
10 days from his inauguration, President-elect Donald Trump learned his sentence in the New York hush money case this morning. He will not be punished. The judge could have sentenced Trump to as long as 4 years in prison, but instead he chose an unconditional discharge, meaning there is no penalty imposed, but the conviction on 34 felonies still does stand. Trump, who appeared virtually, lashed out at the process.
But the fact is that I'm totally innocent. I did nothing wrong.
After it was over, he posted on his social media site that the hearing had been a despicable charade and that he plans to appeal his conviction.
The Supreme Court could decide the fate of TikTok today. At issue is a ban Congress passed in April that requires TikTok to either shut down or find a new owner. The court will consider whether national security concerns outweigh TikTok's First Amendment rights. The app has until Sunday. That's when the law kicks in. The Supreme Court has historically deferred to the White House and Congress on national security measures. Arguments are expected to last for hours.
The life of former President Jimmy Carter was celebrated in a state funeral at the National Cathedral. Then the 39th President of the United States was flown back home to his beloved hometown of Plains, Georgia for his burial.
He was remembered not only for his service in office, but also for his extraordinary service to the world after leaving office. Natalie Brand has more from Washington, D.C.
Former President Jimmy Carter's state funeral brought together all the living presidents to remember a peacemaker.
That was Jimmy Carter, and he grew up in the tremendous diversity of the South, and he embraced both sides.
He had the courage and strength to stick to his principles even when they were politically unpopular.
Carter's grandson Jason called the 39th president's politics ahead of their time.
Wanted to decriminalize marijuana, deregulated so many industries that he gave us cheap flights and, as you heard, craft beer. Basically, all of those years ago, he was the first millennial.
President Biden, who was the first U.S. senator to endorse Carter's White House bid, praised his character.
Jimmy Carter's friendship taught me, and through his life taught me, the strength of character is more than title or the power we hold.
Nicknamed the rock and roll president, music punctuated the service at Washington National Cathedral.
You may say I'm a dreamer.
Among the 3,000 special guests, Chuck Lavelle, who helped get Carter elected as a member of the Allman Brothers Band.
What were you thinking about during that service?
I was thinking about my friendship with him and the friendship that he had with so many people, you know, and so obvious the love that was in that room.
Crowds lined the streets Thursday afternoon to welcome Carter back to his hometown of Plains, Georgia, and celebrate his life at the Baptist church where he worshiped and famously taught Sunday school.
Don't let his legacy die. Don't let this nation die.
He was laid to rest next to his wife of 77 years, Rosalind. Natalie Brand, CBS News, Washington.
It was also nice to see yesterday that former President Barack Obama and former President Donald Trump were able to sit next to each other and engage in a few laughs. We always hear their political discourse out on the campaign trails, but we can be civil to one another, even in
and
these
it was
moments.
a beautiful ceremony that not a lot of us saw because of what's happening here locally.
Of course.
All right, let's get a look at what's coming up on KCAL News at 10.
Dozens of Hollywood celebrities are reeling after their homes were lost to the flames. Coming up at 10, we're going to hear from one actor who says his home was lost days before his wife's due to give birth. Taking a look at our Blue Ridge camera right now, looks so pretty up there, doesn't it?
Snow on the ground.
Little dusting of snow on that camera shot. It is 9:56 this morning. The star of Young and the Restless, Eric Braeden, is sharing his frightening story of having to evacuate from his home in Santa Monica.
He lost his home to the Palisades fire, but he's still grateful and hopeful.
And I began to see some flames licking at Will Rogers Park. Boy, that could really get bad, and it got bad, and you saw that clip now. And we decided it was time to go. We will survive this. We shall survive this. I'm going to rebuild.
Braeden says the flames scared the living daylights out of him, despite seeing many other fires over the years he's lived in Southern California.
A donation of $1 million to help victims of the fires has been pledged by actress Jamie Lee Curtis. Curtis lives on the west side, and her neighborhood was gutted. She says many of her friends lost their homes. Her supermarket is gone, including the schools her kids go to. The gift is for firefighters and rescue crews to continue to do battle with a series of fires that have destroyed Pacific Palisades. She also online went and showed that the church where she got sober had burned down.
Oh, wow.
And she talked about just the emotional impact of that and thinking about so many others who had changed their lives within that church and really the community.
The transformation that happened in that building. Wow. Yeah. Well, a world-famous chef and humanitarian is on the ground in Southern California to help out the first responders battling the wildfires.
Jose Andreas has opened up his World Central Kitchen charity to feed not only those seeking shelter, but those fighting on the front lines.
These men and women of the firefighters, they are the best of the best, man. They don't get the recognition. Anytime you are in front of a firefighter unit, in a firefighter house, just clap at them, man. Give them a hug every time. These guys we don't deserve them.
Yeah, good words there. His team is stationed in the Pacific Palisades area, handing out boxes of food to anyone who asks. The chef himself went to the fire truck staging refueling area to personally thank the firefighters for their hard work.
And we are partnering with the Red Cross to assist fire victims in need. If you're able to help, please go to redcross.org/KCAL. And for information on how to donate, volunteer, or find shelter, call 1-800-RED-CROSS or text Red Cross to 90999. Thanks for watching KCAL News Mornings at 9.
Excuse me, little smoke inhalation yesterday. The 10 at 10 with Amy Johnson starts right now.
This is KCAL News Mornings.
Hello and welcome to KCAL News at 10. I'm Amy Johnson.
And I'm Sheba Turk. Wildfires continue to ravage Southern California for a fourth day, and a long firefight is still ahead. The death toll now stands at least 10 people. We do have team coverage on the ground in Pacific Palisades and Altadena.
But first, we want to get to look at the winds. Our meteorologist, Marina Jurka, is joining us now with your next weather forecast. And of course, Marina, the winds have played such a big role in these fires.
That's right, Amy and Sheba. And the good news is everything to the east of the San Fernando Valley has quieted down. The wind event for now is over. So we're still seeing some gusty winds, as you can see, throughout portions of the Santa Clarita Valley, heading down into Simi Valley and Malibu, with winds anywhere from about 15 to 30 miles per hour. But that is also decreasing. So we are on the downslope now. So we'll be looking at winds at about 5 to 10 miles per hour, getting back to normal as we move into the rest of the day and tonight. We're going to take a breather on Saturday, which is really good. But unfortunately, the winds will return, especially as we head into next week. Hollywood Hills right now, you can see that faint shimmer of just brown haze that is blanketing a good portion of LA County this morning. So once again, we are dealing with very poor air quality. So it was a blustery morning, but now we're starting to calm things down, which is great. Our bad air quality is going to stay with us for the foreseeable future, just because high pressure is blocking anything from moving that air so that we can get a little bit more of that fresh air in here. And then more wind will return next week. Nothing as drastic or catastrophic as 100-mile-per-hour mile-per-hour winds, but we could be looking at 40, 50, 60 mile-per-hour winds. So because of the fires up in the San Gabriels, of course, the Eaton fire is streamlining straight into downtown LA throughout portions of Long Beach as well as San Pedro. That's where the worst air quality is right now. Everything else is improving. We'll keep you up to date on those winds, but just know that relief is in sight now as we move forward into the next 24 hours. Amy, Sheba.
All right, thank you, Marina. We do begin with the Palisades fire, the largest fire burning right now in Pacific Palisades and Malibu.
Let's take a broader look this morning. Firefighters are making progress. The fire has burned through more than 20,000 acres and is now 8% contained. More than 5,000 homes and businesses have been destroyed, and it's only expected to go up. Our Luz Delia Caballero joining us now live from Pacific Palisades. Luz Delia, good morning.
Good morning. It is a quiet and somber morning here in Pacific Palisades. Yesterday we were on PCH and we saw a Malibu that we did not recognize, and that is the case here in this community that is burned to the ground. Everywhere you look, you expect to see homes that were lived in, filled with love, traditions, so many memories, and now reduced to just rubble and ash. And this is so saddening to see. This is one of many properties, and if you look down this way, you don't see any structures, and these are parallel streets. So we're talking block after block after block that don't have any more homes. We see cars that were charred, not just on this side of the street, but you go on the other side and it's more of the same. Firefighters telling us that they are continuing to focus on putting out hot spots because although it seems, especially in some communities like this one, like there is nothing left, there are some homes that were able to be saved. That we're not just talking about smoke damage, we're talking about homes that are intact, and they want to prevent embers from going to those homes. Just within the last minute or so, we noticed that there was smoke billowing from a property down there, and we noticed that engines were going to that area. That area has flared up several times throughout the course of the morning, so firefighters are keeping an eye on it. As we were coming up from Sunset Boulevard, I'm sure in video you saw that there were cars that were bulldozed early on in the fire. We went down to Sunset Boulevard once again to see what was left, if anything, and we noticed that on one side, the side of the road where the hillside burned, most of those cars are charred, reduced to just their shell. On the other side, the cars weren't burned, but some of them were very badly damaged because of the bulldozer pushing them out of the way, making a clear path for engines to come up this hill and obviously help fight some of these fires that are popping up sporadically. As far as wind, I mean, on Tuesday night going into Wednesday, and even yesterday, the wind was picking up a lot more than it is now. Right now in Pacific Palisades, it seems rather calm, but that doesn't mean much. Fire officials tell us that that can, of course, change, but at this time, they're just working as much as they can. They're tired, but they're working to up the containment. Of course, everybody wants it to be higher, but because of the extent of the fire and also the conditions that are less than ideal, we find ourselves in a situation where you all have said it, more than 20,000 acres burned, and very limited containment at this time. So our hearts are with all of those who have been affected. We can tell you from the ground that we see firefighters coming in and out of several neighborhoods, just putting out those hot spots and of course working on the hillsides to try to get some sort of grasp and handle on this blaze. But of course it is going to take a lot of time, more boots on the ground, more resources to even cause a dent in this firefight. Guys.
All right, Luz Delia, thank you for that.
Now we want to move to the Eaton fire. Check out this map showing the fire's footprint in Altadena, Pasadena, and Sierra Madre. More than 13,000 acres have burned. Another 5,000 buildings were torched. And this morning, there has been a small amount of progress with 3% containment. Let's get out to KCAL News reporter Rick Montanez, who is live in Altadena with the latest there. Rick?
You know, I can tell you right now that the smoke appears to be clearing just a bit. It has been so thick and heavy. You can see it, you can taste it and smell it. Also, we want to point out, look at the CalGuard crews are here. They've been deployed. They arrived yesterday, and they are out here providing help to law enforcement in protecting these communities that have been ravaged by the fire, protecting them from looters, in fact. The sheriff yesterday saying that they have made 20 arrests for looting in this community, a disturbing fact to hear from investigators. And so now we have this. We also can show you from overnight. With law enforcement to the CalGuard members that have been deployed here. This is because Sheriff Robert Luna and Board of Supervisors Chair Catherine Barger put in the request for the CalGuard to come out and help because of seeing those 20 arrests that have happened for looting in this community. I talked to the man this morning who says his friend, they saw somebody who they knew shouldn't be in the area, and they started fighting with the man because they knew that this person shouldn't be there, and he got combative with them. Right now, we know, according to the governor's office, there are 300 CalGuard members working with law enforcement, another 300 working with firefighters in these vulnerable areas. And you know, they're not letting people into these neighborhoods. It's a hard closure, and that is very frustrating to a lot of these neighbors.
My family, personally, we relocated to Orange County. We're paying out of pocket. I'm sure hundreds of people don't have that luxury right now. And it's just tough. It's tough on everyone. Everything is gone. All of our family heirlooms, photos, everything is gone. And it's just devastating. We need more help here on the ground, and we need the National Guard and the Highway Patrol and the police that are patrolling.
Have compassion on the people that's trying to get up to their family members' properties.
The way you talk to us, everything matters right now.
They're asking for compassion because they're just so frustrated trying to get answers, trying to get access. I talked with other people who are just grateful to see the CalGuard members here to help prevent looting in this community. So the emotions are very high. They are at the surface. They are very raw right now. A difficult time for so many, but what they're doing to try and protect from looting is have all of these additional people out here to try and keep those who don't belong out of the neighborhood. And I'll leave you with this. We understand the Sheriff's Department is looking into drafting a curfew for the evacuated communities, and that would be from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. We're hoping to hear more about that today from Sheriff Robert Luna, as he said he's working on it right now. So we will be working to gather new information and, of course, bring it to you from the devastated communities here. Live in Altadena, Rick Montanez, KCAL News.
All right, Rick, and we certainly understand their frustration, their sadness. You know, it's a tough situation.
Absolutely, and appreciate those efforts to prevent any more loss. All right, let's get to the Eaton fire, which continues to burn into the Angeles National Forest. This morning, Assignment Manager Mark Liu is at the desk with info on the fire lines and what fire crews are doing to stop it. Mark?
Well, it continues to burn, the Eaton fire, that is, to the north of its original start point, deeper and deeper into the Angeles National Forest. This may end up being an attack on this fire strictly with aerial assets. Is very rugged terrain. But I'm going to show you something on my screen here that shows you the path that the Eaton fire has taken over the last 72 hours. Now, we're looking at a website called FIRMS. It's Fire Information for Resource Management. It's run in part by NASA. And what it does is it shows the thermal imaging from satellites over the last 72 hours. And this is where the fire was on the 8th of January. This is the video, this is the data from the 7th of January. There's nothing. And then on the 8th, this explosion of heat. All of these red areas are heat signatures that were detected by satellites in orbit. And you can see that virtually half of the city of Altadena was underneath that heat signature. We now know that's because that city burned severely in the first days of this fire. This then, I'll advance it to the next day. On the 9th, you're going to see some fire data populate here. And you can see that the fire sort of split into two different flanks. There was a northern area and then a southwestern and a southeastern area. And then as I advance it one more day to today, the work that firefighters have done, as this populates here in just a second, it's gathering the data. You can see now the fire, the heat signatures that are still detectable from this fire Very small here in the northwest, but mostly heading to the north now. We know that there was a very fierce fight yesterday to save the equipment on the top of Mount Wilson, the observatory and the radar radio equipment that was up there. But that is where this is where the active fire is right now, and this is where I have seen the Firehawks from LA County Fire continue to try and stop that forward motion of that fire. But there really is nothing but steep, rugged terrain in the Angeles National Forest all the way to the north into the Juniper Hills or Little Rock area. There's a lot to burn there, so there's really not a way that hand crews can get in there. So this firefight over the next coming days for what remains of the Eaton fire as it continues north is going to be with an aerial attack. Good news, as you mentioned, though, Sheba, that this does appear to be at 3% containment. We really want to see it get up to about 10% containment, because that's when we stop seeing active flames on hillsides, and that's when we know they're going to finally be able to get this out. That's the very latest from the desk. I'll send it back to you.
All right, Mark, thank you. Well, millions across LA County received emergency evacuation alerts sent to our phones, but some of the alerts were sent out by mistake. CBS News correspondent Jonathan Vigliotti pressed LA Mayor Karen Bass about it today during a news conference. Listen now to that exchange.
Yesterday, you asked for the public's patience as you assess the response. As you well know, then millions of people receive false alarms. It's been acknowledged here in this room that many may now be deactivating their alerts on their phones. I have heard from many people who are ignoring them altogether. We have red flag warnings still in effect. They will resume again next week. There is no rain in the forecast. What are you doing at this point to earn back people's trust and to make sure these mistakes don't happen again?
Well, first of all, I think that was addressed at the beginning of the press conference by Kevin McGowan.
I would like that from you. I don't. You're the top official here.
So let me just be clear. I am going to spend every moment that I can making sure that I am in as many areas as possible, meeting and talking to residents to see what is needed in the recovery. But I also mentioned that we're moving into recovery mode at the same time, meaning that we want to see the city rebuilt. We want to see Los Angeles come together. Let me finish. We want to see Los Angeles come together.
You are deflecting from the question. You have millions of people here who get these alerts. They are ignoring them. You still have red flag warnings in effect. There is a real threat here. What is your message to your constituents who are losing faith? You started this entire...
I want the residents of Los Angeles region to have faith in what we are doing 24 hours a day. I can say on behalf of our first responders, from the fire department, the police department, we are doing everything we can to bring the situation under control, and success has been reported. We know that we're going to have a possible increase in the force of the winds at the beginning of next week, and getting Los Angeles prepared, doing everything we can to save lives. That is our #1 job, to protect people's homes, to protect people's businesses, and to prepare to rebuild Los Angeles in a much better way. We're going to stand united. We're going to stand together, and we are not going to allow politics to interfere, and we're not going to allow people to divide us for political gain. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Bass.
We certainly understand their frustration, and hopefully, we're going to get some good answers.
Absolutely. City leaders trying to deal with the crisis in real time and answer those questions.
Exactly. Well, KCAL News at 10 is just getting started.
All right, so we are live in Pasadena at the Rose Bowl, which is the emergency command center for this entire region. A new message this afternoon on what they're asking you to do if you want to donate and help. What to do and what not to do, coming up.
Plus, helping displaced animals. We'll check in with the Pasadena Humane Society to see how you can help pets in need.
And after the devastating wildfires, we're going to see how Las Vegas is chipping in to help fire evacuees.
The iconic Rose Bowl has been turned into a makeshift home for people affected by the fires.
The stadium is also being used as a command center for the emergency response effort. Reporter Barry Pintar is joining us live from the Rose Bowl. And Barry, you're talking to first responders out there?
I am, and the two things you talk about are two messages that these first responders want to respond to everyone at home watching. So let's just start, as you mentioned, this is a makeshift command center, a gigantic one, if I might say, all around the Rose Bowl, where I just walked from, where they're feeding and cleaning, allowing cleaning stations for the firefighters. This is the public information station for the folks who want to get out a message, and they want to get out a very specific message today. The first thing, they are taking extremely good care of these firefighters. They're not going back on any sort of criticism, but often we see these images of the firefighters on the front line, and they hear stories of people worrying about, are they eating? Are they sleeping? Are they being able to wash up and taken care of? As I just show you, I'll just do it one more time. Eating over here, washing up over here. These tents, some of these firefighters bring them themselves. Some are provided. They are 12 hours on and 12 hours off. So message number one, the firefighters really are being well taken care of. I've seen hundreds, maybe thousands of these firefighters, not with masks on, so I'm seeing their face. They're doing great. They look healthy. They're talking to each other. They're having a sense of community here, feeling great pride in what they're doing. All right, so to that end, for folks who are watching saying, oh my gosh, my heart breaks for them, I want to donate food. I want to donate clothing. While that is very much appreciated by fire officials, they, again, want you to, number one, know they are being well taken care of, but number two, they simply do not have the infrastructure for folks to, for example, drive up to the Rose Bowl with a bunch of clothes or even a bunch of food and say, here, this is for the firefighters. Not only don't they need them, again, I'm not saying this in a derogatory way, not only don't they need them because they are well taken care of, but they just don't have the personnel or infrastructure to do anything with these donations. So to that end, I can't help but notice right before you came to me, we ran a spot here on KCAL that said team up with KCAL to team up with the Red Cross to help. What the public information officers are actually saying is, please call someone like the Red Cross or a local agency that you trust and donate through them, not necessarily to the firefighters, but to the hundreds of thousands of people who have been affected by these fires. So what do the firefighters want from you in terms of your heart bleeding, understandably, for what you're seeing on television? What they want from you is to team up with one of these major agencies to reach out and turn those donations and that heart that you want to pass along to the people who have been affected by that fire. So I hope all that makes sense. But again, I think you mentioned, you probably know better than I do, but KCAL actually has on their website a way to do exactly that. Go through the Red Cross, a major agency. That's what these firefighters are asking you to do at home. Give back that way. Reporting from Pasadena, Barry Pintar, KCAL News, back to you.
And of course, we know everyone wants to give. They want to help. So it is good that he is explaining how and where to help. So thanks so much, Barry.
You can absolutely do that through our website. All right, as many wildfire victims ran from their homes, they were forced to leave their animals at the Pasadena Humane Society. Now in the aftermath, hundreds of people came together to make sure those animals are being cared for in their owner's absence. As of yesterday, the center had more than 350 displaced animals. People from all over volunteered and donated to help our furry friends in need. They contributed pet food, bedding, blankets, and carriers. If you would like to lend your support, the Pasadena Humane Society is looking for additional animal supplies. They need food, bowls, extra large crates, and blankets. You can also give a monetary donation to help treat animals with fire-related injuries. There's also a number of other groups helping animals, including the LA Department of Animal Services, the SPCA Los Angeles, the LA County Animal Care Foundation as well.
Well, of course, so many people are wondering how the weather will be changing and if we're going to be in more danger. We know that, Marina, winds are coming and they're going to be picking up a bit.
Well, they picked up this morning. The good news is now we're on the downslope of that. So we are starting to see winds calm, and that'll be the case throughout the rest of the afternoon and tomorrow. So we're going to get a nice respite here from the winds that will help with those firefighting efforts. So breezy to windy weather is likely to return on Sunday. Nothing like what we saw this week. We're talking 20 to 40 mile per hour winds, and then a more classic Santa Ana wind setting up Monday night into Tuesday that could see 40, 50, 60 mile per hour winds. But accentuating the positive, we really are looking at the next 36 hours as being much quieter wind-wise, which is good. So wind or not, though, unfortunately, that fire danger is going to stay high until we get rainfall, which unfortunately looks nowhere in the near future. So looking at our wind gusts right now, it is such a welcomed relief to see everything east of the San Gabriel Valley to be pretty calm, 5 to 10 mile per hour winds right now. We still are seeing some gusty winds throughout Santa Clarita Valley, Simi Valley, heading down into the Malibu coast as well as in Camarillo, but those will quiet down as well as we head into the next couple of hours. Now we are turning our eyes onto air quality, which is very poor across the region. Sierra Madre at the top at 184, Downey 159, North Hollywood 124. But believe it or not, this is better than yesterday. Those Santa Ana winds last night helped push everything off to the coastline. So we've just got a few trouble spots right now. So looking at our next weather wind advisory, you can see it's in that area that still has those winds right now. So from Agora Hills heading down to the Malibu coastline, and we are going to see those wind gusts up to 45 miles per hour until 2 p.m. We also have a high wind warning for that area as well as the Santa Clarita Valley and the San Gabriel Mountains. That is also now through 2 o'clock this afternoon, so a few more hours. And then, of course, we have our red flag warning through 6 p.m. But the fire danger is going to remain with us for quite some time because it is so dry. We've only seen 0.02 of an inch of rain so far to our start of winter. That's the quietest since 1964. We desperately need it, but it is unlikely that we're going to see anything for at least the next couple of weeks. Live look at our Mount Wilson Observatory here. You can see not much. It is very thick with smoke. As we head into the weekend, hopefully we'll get a few improvements when it comes to that air quality. We're just going to be a touch below average at 66 on Saturday and 65 on Sunday. So a little cool and then breezier as we move into Sunday. And of course, looking at those current temperatures right now, we are in the 60s. So the next 7 days for the Inland Empire, upper 60s to mid 60s, but once again, just dry as a bone. I was looking at long-term European models, and basically what we are seeing is the chance maybe for the end of January to pick up on some showers. Until then, we're going to have to be very careful. In the valley, 70s turning to 60s with those winds kicking up, like I mentioned, Monday night into Tuesday, again, 40, 50, 60 mile per hour winds are possible. LA and OC Metro in the same boat with the mid 60s. But Sheba and Amy, we're just so glad that the winds, at least for the next 36 hours, are going to be much quieter.
Yeah, we definitely needed some positive news. Marina, thank you so much.
Well, still ahead on KCAL News at 10, the clock is ticking for TikTok. We're going to look at where the social media ban stands with just 10 days until it's enacted.
And we'll have much more wildfire coverage coming up. Stick with KCAL News at 10. President-elect Donald Trump is being sentenced to what's called unconditional discharge in his New York hush money case. It means that he will not get prison time or any other penalties. However, he will still carry the conviction on his record. He's now the first U.S. president to take office with a criminal conviction on his official record. The president-elect appeared virtually for a hearing